Good morning, Rishabh sir. Sir, your mic is on mute.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, your mic is on mute. Sir, just unmute your mic. Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So 2 minutes to go, Krish. We can start the introduction. I'll
Yes,
ask Bindra sir to
we'll start
join.
in 2 minutes.
Who's there? Yeah, hi, Krish.
Hi, good morning, Rishabh.
You have already started live streaming, is it?
Yes, already it's being live streamed on the website. Good morning, everyone. My name is Krish Rani. On behalf of the Fafai Managing Committee, happy Gudi Padwa and a very warm welcome to all of you to the Virtual Bazaar 2022. We would have loved to host a physical event. However, with another wave of COVID earlier this year, we took the decision to host a virtual event once again to enable our FNF community to connect with each other from the comfort and safety of their own workplaces or homes. Fafai Virtual Bazaar is a virtual marketplace for products, technologies, ideas, and solutions offered to discerning users and consumers across the country and possibly the globe. After the success of last year's event, we are humbled by the support for this year's Virtual Bazaar. We are very grateful to our sponsors, Associate Allied Chemicals India, Ultra International, Jayashree Aromatics, Karnataka Aromas, BMV Fragrances, Norex Flavors, and Man Kankor Ingredients. I would like to encourage you all to visit the sponsors hall to know more about our valued sponsors and interact with them. We are also thankful to our association partners, All India Agarbatti Manufacturers Association and Gujarat Agarbatti Manufacturers and Dealers Association, and also our media partners, Incense Media and Perfumer and Flavorist, who were instrumental in promoting the event. I now request Mr. Rishabh Kothari, President of Fafai, to welcome all our delegates.
A very good morning to everyone, and welcome to this second edition of the Virtual Bazaar. Happy Gudi Padwa, happy Ugadi to various people in various parts of the country who are celebrating this event. This event is also considered the beginning of a new year, especially for a lot of people. And my greetings and best wishes to everyone. And I also hope that this would be a new beginning, a new year for a lot of us here at Fafai. As Krish just now mentioned, that we would have loved to have this event in person. We were planning to do something starting this year, but unfortunately, we were hit by another wave of COVID, which was the Omicron wave earlier this year, which did not allow us to continue with those plans. So while I'm very happy and pleased that we are all connecting here this way, it would have been definitely much better if we could have done it in person. And I really hope that we will be all able to meet sometime this year, next year, when we meet for the International Fafai Seminar, which we will hopefully announce very soon. Friends, when we plan something in Fafai, when we are looking at an option, we've received enormous support from the industry. We've received a lot of love, a lot of encouragement. And the fact that while we had 3 sponsors for this event last year, we have, I think, 8 sponsors, right, Krish?
We have 7 sponsors for the event.
7 sponsors for this event this year, which only goes to prove that we have been able to add value to all the stakeholders. Similarly, we have a similar number of exhibitors this year, and it is extremely encouraging. It is extremely heartening that whatever we have tried to present has been so well received. The registrations have been overwhelming. Participation has been very, very good. And we do hope that you all will continue to shower us with this love, this affection, this encouragement, and of course also the blessings of all our elders, so that this committee is able to present and add value to the members' lives and their businesses. Needless to add, none of this would have been possible without the support of all our sponsors, all our exhibitors, all our partners, both Kamda as well as IMA. And we also have 2 media partners, Incense Media. And for the first time, we are also welcoming Perfumer and Flavorist, the international publication, as our media partner, as we are also talking to them of collaborating with them on very many other things. Very soon, you will be receiving in a day or so a circular with a very, very special pricing for all Fafai members, where not only the early bird discount that was available earlier will be given to all Fafai members, but also additional, I think, around $200 discount will be given to all Fafai members for the WPC. Please wait for the circular to come out either today or tomorrow. And this will be valid for the entire month of April. I think 29th April is the last date. I don't think we've been able to get such a good deal for Fafai ever. So this is a very generous offer from WPC and Perfume and Flavorist and Allured. And we will be announcing this very soon. So thank you all very much for joining us today. I will leave it to Krish, who has single-handedly almost curated this entire event. Thank you, Krish, on behalf of the entire committee. He has been a lone warrior on this entire enterprise. And I can assure you it has not been an easy job, but he's done a phenomenal job with this. So thank you, Krish. All kudos to you. And of course, everyone else in the managing committee who has contributed in their own way. The Fafai Secretariat has been extremely diligent in working on this project. So I would like to thank everyone involved for their contributions. And most of all the participants, people who have registered, who are watching us online, and subsequently these recordings will be available on the Fafai YouTube channel in case people miss any of these sessions and would like to recap. So thank you very much. Welcome everyone. And I look forward to many more such interesting opportunities of interacting with each other and adding benefit and value to each other's businesses and lives. Thank you. Stay safe. And over to you, Krish.
Thank you very much, Rishabh, for your kind words. For the benefit of the audience, I would like to explain certain features of the website. You may view the agenda for today's event on the agenda and speakers page. which you can access via the lobby area. You will find information on all the companies and speakers who shall be hosting conference sessions. On the downloads page, you will find the exhibitors directory of the virtual bazaar. Please do download it to read about all the companies participating in today's event. We strongly encourage the audience to visit the sponsors hall to interact with our sponsors for today's event. You may interact with them using the video chat option, and you may also view their company brochures and corporate videos. Of course, the conference sessions shall be held in the conference hall. The sessions shall last in half an hour intervals beginning at 10 a.m., except for 2 of our sessions that shall be for 1 hour. During any particular session, if you have any questions for the host company, please post your questions using the button at the bottom of your screen. Your questions will be forwarded to the companies either during the live session or after the event, and you shall receive a response from them in due course. We will begin our first session at 10 a.m.
Yes, sir. It's visible, sir.
Deepak, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you, sir.
Okay, that's all. Thank
And
you.
sir, sound sharing, you have done that. Click.
Yes, I've done.
So there is a chat message from Krish.
Uh,
Good morning once again to all our viewers. Our first session for today is hosted by Processware. Processware and Creative Control Panel are the only software solutions designed ground up exclusively for flavors and fragrance, aroma chemicals, essential oils, and allied process industries. Currently, Processware and Creative Control Panel customers are successfully running operations in several countries across the globe. They work with leading industry organizations such as FCA, WFFC, and NAFFS in USA, Fafai in India, and IFRA globally to keep up with the latest regulatory issues. Joining us today from Processware is Mr. Harmander Bindra. A very warm welcome to you, sir, and thank you for joining us once again for the second year in a row. Over to you, sir, to begin the session.
Thank you, Krish, for the warm welcome. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all our friends in the F&F industry. I feel privileged today to be the first speaker in this unique virtual bazaar organized by Fafai. I thank Fafai for providing us this platform to interact with our friends in the F&F industry and look forward to sharing some of our experiences with all of you. So this morning, I would like to share some of our experiences of our implementations across the globe and our recent product offerings and the recent trends which we are seeing in technology. And what better way to start today's session with technology at the Virtual Bazaar. As Krish had mentioned, and Processware has been involved in the flavor and fragrance industry for over 25 years now. And our main products, which is Processware, which is a complete end-to-end solution, and our recent product offering, Creative Control Panel, is totally tailor-made and designed for the flavor, fragrance, aroma, chemicals, essential oil industry. What we believe in is providing a global solution with local flavors, because we have our implementations across the countries, across different parts of the globe, including US, Canada, Thailand, and Asia, India, Turkey, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and other countries. So we always believe in localizing based on the region and requirements. So these are some of the countries where our presence has been, and we have always catered to the local requirements, and that's the key. What we actually believe in is not only providing a software solution, which is there, which is obviously unique to the industry, but our knowledge across the domain experience across the years is what we provide to our customers, and that is what differentiates us with other software service providers. We have our in-house and inbuilt domain knowledge in this industry, which has helped us to do successful implementations. So these are some of the things which you would like probably to do when you're doing your R&D. You would like to do your sample requests, your link your customer briefs with your product portfolio, and you would like to see your landed costs and other things. So now I'm moving over to our recent product offering, which is the Creative Control Panel. This is exclusively designed to meet the R&D and project management needs of any flavor or fragrance company. So in case you have, whether it's big or small, if you have an R&D setup where you receive customer requests and you do your creations based on that, and then you handle your evaluations, this is the product which takes care of it in a very, very specific manner. So we offer you a formula manager, we have the collections and library, we have the project management piece, we have the evaluations, obviously we have the regulatory compliance, and we have the application and sample manager in this. Just sharing with you a snapshot of the formula manager of the Creative Control Panel. Here you will see that you can compare up to multiple formulas. In this example, we have about 6 formulas which you can compare and side by side work on it. And if you see the other tools up here, you can request for a sample, create, share your formula with a co-worker, and other things are available, including regulatory and other things. So you can review your costing across different formulas at the same time and work on it simultaneously, which is actually a very unique feature which we provide. All of you are aware that now regulatory compliance has become a huge demand in our industry. And we provide you with a complete IFRA regulatory compliance all in one click. So you can actually see the maximum dosage allowed for your creation. These are mainly for the fragrance manufacturers across the different IFRA classes at a snapshot. So you will be aware that, okay, for each of these IFRA classes, you can, what is the maximum dosage allowed? If there is something which is a controlled substance, or if there is something wherein you have IFRA restricted material, then what is the allowable, how much is it allowed? Everything can be taken care of. These are all your ingredients are linked to your CAS numbers, and based on that, we handle this entire IFRA regulation piece. Okay, so this is something again for our flavor manufacturers mainly, and even I think recently the fragrance manufacturers also need to declare, send ingredient declarations to their customers. We provide this with a flexible option. If you see here on my screen, we have a portion wherein you can actually define the minimum reporting percentage from where the ingredient declaration will get generated. Then we can have the print options of with the concentration percentage, with FEMA number, CAS number, and other options. So this gives you the flexibility of sharing your ingredient declaration, but at the same time, that little bit trade secret which you don't want to give it out is always there for you to manage. Okay, so in Creative Control Panel, again, we have this unique feature called rationalizing a formula, because what happens, you will face it on your day-to-day basis, is that you might have 2 or more, you might have the same ingredient, you might be adding the same ingredient multiple times while working on a fragrance or flavor formula. So with real life experiences we've come across over the years, we have provided this unique feature of rationalizing a formula at the click of a button, so that, you know, when you explode the dilution and then rationalize the ingredients, the process will merge the 2 ingredients, for example, vanillin, and it'll all come out in one, the entire quantity which you need for that particular ingredient. So sample management is basically a part and parcel of the Creative Control Panel. Here, what we've always seen is that for the R&D journey of a product, sample is the key. So whether it is a customer sample which you have to send out, or it is an application sample you're requesting your application lab, or it is an in-house sample which you want to test for any of your creations and do the evaluations, everything is completely tracked in a seamless manner. Again, an example of the sample management request which is there. So here you can see you can print the ingredient code or the ingredient name or flexible. All flexible options are there. You can enter the sample quantity and generate it so that your sampling person who's in charge in the lab can just make the sample and pass it on to the evaluation. So this is all the sample and application samples by click of a button. The creative control panel again provides you a unique message alert notification kind of a system, wherein if there are multiple people working on a formula or a customer project, they will be notified whenever there is an update made. So this is a complete message inbox which is available for every person in the R&D department or the sales department, which is linked to the process. So this was something which we wanted to share on a creative control panel offering. And the best part is a lot of our existing processware customers are now enhancing their R&D department and setups by adapting to creative control panel, which again will seamlessly interact and integrate with processware. So this is the project dashboard again, which is again available at the CCP, where you can see the the projects which are open. You can see it by the applications like home care, hair wash, etc. So a lot of flexible reporting options are there for you to analyze and see which of your fragrance or flavors for which applications are doing well, or which are the customer requests are coming for what applications for your flavor or fragrances. So like I said, this is a complete robust R&D offering which we have and project management, and this can seamlessly integrate with processware, which is people in our industry by now are very familiar with. Handles your complete operations right from your formulation, production. We have a production stages, which is actually for the ingredient manufacturers, essential oil manufacturers, mints, others also. So we take care of the ingredient manufacturers as well as the end fragrance and flavor manufacturers. So again, we have the quality control, regulatory compliance, sales, purchasing, inventory. These are all heart of the system. And of course we have accounting option, which some of our existing customers are using as an integrated option from us, from processware. So we have this integrated quality control. So whether it is an incoming raw material which comes in, automatically when you do your goods receipt or a GRN, we can create a sample request automatically, which goes into your QC department. After the QC has actually tested and approved the sample, then only the material can move into your inventory or stores. Likewise, integrated QC means that even your existing production process, in-house QC will be taken care of, as well as your customer shipments, before you send it out to the customers, entire QC testing, document generations, chart of accounts, every chart of your certificate of analysis, everything will get generated from the system itself. So you see here, you have to define your test methods and you have to define your conformance criteria, and that's a one-time setup, and after that your QC is completely integrated. Well, this is something which I would like to share is in this industry, obviously, there is a huge requirement wherein you might have a particular material for a product, say a lime flavor or fragrance, and you have an internal code. But when you have to sell it to a customer or you're sending it to different customers, you can send it, you would like to send it through different code and name. So this entire linking of customer reference with your internal internal product code and name is taken care of by processware again. And we also have this unique setup wherein you can, if a particular customer has a specific QC requirement, then you can link that as well in that customer specific product details. So your internal QC might be different, but the customer might actually want 2 or 3 other tests to be done. So we can even link that into the system. Well, today, all of you spend a lot of time in generating your labels, whether it is with the GHS labels, your safety labels, your kosher halal labels, all these documents, labels, and even your internal quality control pass labels, everything is generated by the system itself, so that it is seamlessly, label integration is there. We can enable barcoding as options as well, and which can help you use barcodes on the shop floor. So again, all these labels, which includes your transport requirements in terms of the SDS, everything is generated from the system, from the data in the system itself. Okay, so nowadays, especially, we've noticed in the last 2 years through this pandemic, a lot of raw material challenges have emerged in this industry. People are not finding the raw material or the pricing suitable because it's all a fluctuating market. We have a very robust planning tool of ours, which is like we link our customer orders with our production planning so that you can prioritize your orders. So here in this example, you can give a priority of 1, 2, 3, 4 for specific customer orders, and then you can manage your complete shipment and deliverables based on that. Further, if there are any raw materials which are not available, we have robust tools like our where used option and global search and replace option, where you can do a quick decision and turn around. So we have actually very comprehensive production planning linked to the customer orders as well, which has helped a lot of our customers during this difficult period of time. This is again an example of our production monitoring process, wherein you can monitor your production orders, say which of them are open, which are waiting for QC, which have been just recently closed. So this is a dynamic production monitoring screen which we recently implemented at a few customers, so that you can, as soon as a production batch is closed, you'll get the update, and then the QC will get the update for them to go in and test the materials. Okay, so now from here on, I would just like to move on to some of our customer stories. I would like to start with one of the title sponsors of this virtual bazaar, which is Norex Flavors. We've implemented Processware for their flavor and fragrance division, and very recently even for their ingredients manufacturing facility. It's a complete modern setup which they have always believed in, and which has helped us to implement our system seamlessly, and the entire team and the process was mainly managed both on-site and offshore. And we have always got a lot of support from the managing director, Vaibhav Agarwal, who always believes in us and our solution and our domain knowledge. Okay, so obviously, as you all aware, with the travel restrictions and other things which were in place and hopefully now is opening up, but what we did is to save customer time and cost and everything. We actually moved over to remote implementations, and we have really perfected that. Whether it is a remote training implementation or even support is very nicely handled by our teams, sitting in different places in India and overseas, and all our customers anywhere in the world have not had any issue in terms of handling the entire project on a remote basis. So one of our recent remote implementations was at Avon Flavors. They are headquartered at Mumbai, and the production facilities at Gujarat. They are using the entire Processware system, including accounting, for over 40 users, and the complete implementation was managed remotely during the pandemic. Just hearing what Chirag Katrani, the partner at Avon Flavors, has to say about this.
We have been using Processware at Avon Flavors for a while now, and it's amazing to see how there is a seamless integration of data for the entire company on just one platform. This resulting information gives us much better control to make quick decisions. The software is user friendly, and we are extremely happy with the Processware team for their constant support. Our best wishes to them. We have been using
Okay, so would like to share some more remote implementation success. We have implemented at Thai Flavor and Fragrance creative control of product offering. Entire flavor and fragrance division and R&D project management is handled by the creative control panel, including your regulatory pieces like halal, kosher. They're mainly flavor manufacturers which take care of which caters to the Southeast Asia market. And Northern Aromatics, which is a subsidiary of Dabur India, implemented the entire processware system, including accounting, production, planning, quality control, the entire piece. So here we've implemented again at all the units, whether it is at Baddi, Tezpur, Delhi, Ghaziabad, all the facilities and over about 35-40 users completely running in the entire operations on processware. This project was also handled mostly on a remote basis. And one of our recent implementations have been at CKC Flavor and Fragrances, based out of Kolkata and West Bengal, wherein we've implemented mainly the formulation, production, and purchasing modules for them. And would like to share Aerocom Ratlam as well, which is headquartered in Madhya Pradesh, and which has a manufacturing facility at Solan, Himachal as well. Again, here the entire formulation, pre-sales, everything is uniquely customized for their needs. Some of our global successes, one of our oldest customers has been Sonarome, which was brought over by Frutarome and then IFF, as all of you all might be aware. And unique part over here is the entire email-based transaction approvals from the management to the different levels is totally handled by processware. Matrix Flavors, based in Malaysia, again a well-known flavor house. They handle the entire R&D piece working on processware. They generate the safety data sheets, everything uniquely managed and customized for them. HDDS at Sri Lanka, again they are into manufacturing essential oils and related ingredients which are used in the flavor fragrance industry, as well as they have the incense manufacturing facility completely running on processware. Imperial Fragrances, again a well-known house in this and one of our oldest customers, again on processware, complete production and purchase and planning process all running on processware. We have JB Fragrances at Gujarat. Here we have uniquely, this was one of the first setups wherein we linked with the auto dispensing, auto blending systems provided by Vanbic. So we integrated with the Camelot software. Again, not to mention, we also integrated Imperial Fragrances with the Fricky blending systems. So again, like we said, that the recent trends have been of our existing customers moving on to automation, wherein processware will seamlessly integrate with these automated blending solutions, as we can link it to their softwares. So, listen into what some of our customers feel about processware.
One of the biggest problem in flavor and fragrance trade is that we have to manage thousands of raw materials, finished products, and tons of formulations. The beauty of processware is that it is taking care for all the back-end applications, and we have more time to focus on our creative side of the business. Thank you, processware.
This is Akshay. We have been using processware for almost 7-8 years now. It's an extremely useful ERP, especially for our line. Takes care of the nuances specific to fragrance industry, which probably other softwares don't do that.
We at Imperial Fragrances and Flavors Private Limited has been using processware for quite some time, and it's very user-friendly software, and it's perfectly for perfume industry. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Raghav from Northern Aromatics. We're currently using Processware as our ERP software solution, and I must say it has really made our business activities, our day-to-day activities very easy. Processware, the thing that I most like about Processware is its customization. It helps you customize the software itself customizes as per your own business needs and wants. Our day-to-day activities from manufacturing to procurement, supply chain, CRM is all being managed by Processware very well. And the best thing that I like about Processware is its user interface. It's got a very friendly user interface, it's very easy to use, and the customization itself. So I'm really happy to use the software, and I wish you guys the best of luck. And thank you so much.
So that's about it. I just wanted to share also recently we've been working as we have our Incense media partners as well as Tamda as part of this virtual bazaar. We worked with recently working with agarbatti manufacturers wherein they are not only handling their perfume formulations, but also we are doing the batti formulations and other things. So these are the new things which we have been working on recently. So I think that's about it from my side. Any question and answers you all might have, but I thank Fafai again for this beautiful platform.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bindra. We'll just quickly take one question from the audience. How do we manage the IFRA compliance of different qualities of natural products? Is it managed by your software, or does the customer need to input the data?
Okay, that's a good question. So IFRA is managed by our software. We actually being part of partners with IFRA in North America. So we have all the information based on the IFRA classes available for each of these ingredients, and these are all again linked to the CAS numbers. So if your raw materials can be mapped to existing CAS numbers, the system can take care of it seamlessly.
Okay. All right. Mr. Bindra, on behalf of Fafai, I would like to thank you for joining us for today's event. And once again, you've been here with us for the second year in a row. So we thank you for your support.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Our next session will begin at 11 a.m. The next session shall be hosted by Fine Fragrances Private Limited. In the meanwhile, I do request the audience to check out the sponsors hall, wherein you can find more information about our 7 valued sponsors and interact with them via video chat, or you can just check out their company information. Thank you. We'll begin the next session at 11. My apologies for the error. The next session is at 10:30 a.m. hosted by Fine Fragrances Private Limited. Good morning once again to all our viewers. Our next session will be hosted by Fine Fragrances Private Limited. The world is constantly changing around us, and so are human requirements. Over 4 decades, Fine Fragrances Private Limited has closely witnessed how global and regional consumer choices impact ingredient sales in the fragrance and flavor industry in India. Today, the topic for the presentation is conscious consumers, drivers for future ingredient choices in the F&F industry. Joining us today from the Fine Fragrances team via a pre-recorded call are Ms. Kajal Shah, Ms. Kea Shah, and Mr. Neeraj Shah. Rahul, request you to please start the video from Fine Fragrances.
Good morning and wish you all a very auspicious Gudi Padwa. I am Kajal Shah, Director of Fine Fragrances Private Limited. Welcome to our presentation. Fine Fragrances is a leading aroma ingredients distribution company with 4 decades of committed service and timely deliveries. Our pan-India customer base covers 500 small, medium and large businesses that operate in various industries like agarbatti, FMCG goods, fine perfumes, attars, cosmetics, and now newer sectors like wellness spas and aromatherapy. Our ready stocks comprise of over 150 top quality specialty aroma ingredients produced by International Flavors and Fragrances Inc. using the best industry practices. They include the most popular as well as upcoming aroma choices of the global F&F industry and at the same time also cater to Indian regional and local preferences. We also stock high-quality terpene-based ingredients from Simrise and several other commodity ingredients from reputed manufacturers. In-house, we manufacture a range of cost-effective reconstitutes and perfumery bases. Our subsidiary, Fine Aromatic and Herbal Extracts, makes 100% natural absolutes and resinoids from local and imported gums. We pride ourselves for adding value to our customers' products, whether it is achieving cost savings through use of high-impact molecules, or guidance with regulatory compliance, or keeping abreast with global trends. We do our best to share right knowledge to support our customers' goals. Our motto is channelize ideas, not just raw materials. The world around us is constantly changing, and each generation has its own set of challenges and needs which decide the choices they make. So our topic today is conscious consumers, drivers for ingredient choices in the F&F industry. Before I hand over to Kea and Neeraj to start the presentation, I would like to express special thanks to Matthew Williams, Amit Ghosh, Michelle Chavon from IFF for their support. I'm also grateful to the Fafai committee for organizing this event and to our customers and the audience for attending this session live or viewing it later. Wish you all an exciting and successful Fafai Virtual Bazaar 2022.
Hello everyone, good morning. Welcome to our Fafai session. I am Kea Shah, New Product Development and Regulatory Manager at Fine Fragrances. Our today's topic, as mentioned by Director Mrs. Kajal Shah, is conscious consumers, drivers of future ingredient choices in the F&F industry. I will take you through how and why they are the drivers, some key relevant trends, and the new buzzwords in the F&F industry. Then Neeraj Shah, our sales manager, will take you through some of the key ingredients we stock that fall under these buzzwords or these new categories. So, what is the emerging profile of the Indian consumers today, especially youth? As the spending power in India is increasing, there is greater awareness and adaptation to global trends. People today are more curious and quality conscious. They want to know the what, where, why, how of the product they're consuming and using. Secondly, they're digitally aware of the global trends. Social media is their best friend, and people are more connected like never before. Thirdly, people are more environmentally conscious. People understand that climate change is real, and environmental concerns don't just affect some parts of the global world, but definitely affect India too. Our summers are getting hotter, our winters are getting more cooler, and we have unpredictable rains. We know that our product choices impact the environment. Hence, the need to adapt to global trends is important to cater to the growing conscious consumer base in India. Let us now see how some of the global trends are already being adopted by some of the Indian products. In the home care sector, we have two examples. On the left-hand side, we have a commonly available detergent that talks about having 100% biodegradable actives, 100% recyclable bottles, tough on stains, and kind to planet. On the right-hand side, we have ThinkSafe toilet cleaner that's available on Amazon. It talks about it being eco-friendly and biodegradable. It uses natural enzymes, natural actives, lemongrass oil, potato, and cornstarch. Let us now look at two product profiles of some Indian startups in the cosmetic sector. On the left-hand side, we have a hydrating gel. Their claims are indicating some health and wellness benefits, like boosting of hyaluronic acid production by up to 66%, reduction of appearance of wrinkles by up to 79.3%. Their tagline of their brand is nature approved. On the right-hand side, we have a hand cream that's claiming to be a sanitizer as well as a moisturizer. Post-COVID, hygiene really matters. Here, the two claims they have is it's dermatologically tested, 100% safe, and it shields against 99.9% germs and dryness. As we can see here, the claims are backed by statistics and science. As there is a growing emerging trend of claims, there is also an emerging trend of certifications in India. For example, we have a baby face cream out here that talks about it being made with organic. It is EcoCert certified. On the backside, there are various claims, such as non-toxins, no parabens, no petroleum, no mineral oil, no synthetic fragrance, no phthalates, and no silicones. These claims essentially indicate safe ingredients for the skin. Also, it talks about using certified sustainable palm oil, important for biodiversity. Our last example is in terms of traceability and transparency. On the left-hand side is a snapshot of a website, Pure Sense. It talks about its cold-pressed macadamia nut oil being ethically sourced from Africa. While it's being transparent about its source, it's also saying ethically sourced. As we get more and more global, people want to ensure they're not a part of any kind of exploitation. At the end of the day, taking care of each other is a human need. On the right-hand side, we have a sunscreen from Greenberry Organics. I like what it says. What's inside is what really matters. They are being transparent about their ingredients, being transparent about the benefits it offers. And also something interesting to note out here is that earlier, maybe a sunscreen, everyone looked for probably just a UV protection. But now a sunscreen can offer much more. Treatment of damaged skin, healthy glow, radiance, restoration of skin elasticity, and much more. So we've gone through a lot of trends. These trends are more prominent globally, as I mentioned, but they're emerging domestic consumer trends. And they can be summarized actually into two halves, environment as well as people. In environment, we have it as biodegradable, we saw recyclable and renewable, organic, biodiversity, and good for planet. In terms of people, we see clean beauty and labels, naturals, transparency and traceability, health and well-being, and naturals. It's important to save our earth as well as the people matter. Sustainability is actually nothing but the coexistence of the environment and people needs, keeping the economy in mind. As our resources are being depleted and are becoming more scarce, and the population is increasing, sustainability has never been more relevant. Let us now see how the F&F industry is responding to the needs of the global trends that we just saw. In terms of environment protection, they're giving product innovation as well as soil protection and conservation. In product innovation, they're using and designing ingredients that are biodegradable, upcycled, designed using green chemistry principles, renewable, and the biotech space is evolving. For soil protection and conservation, there is development of sustainable farming methods, ensuring responsible extraction of the naturals, monitoring use of pesticides and fungicides, organic farming, rainwater harvesting, and certifications. Various sourcing platforms are now certified. In terms of F&F's industry's response to people protection, they're again doing it through two ways, by providing independent validations and being transparent. Independent validations in terms of certifications, claims, scientific studies, functional benefits. Certifications such as vegans, natural, organic, etc. Also, something interesting to note is that many ingredients now don't just provide a good aroma and quality, but also much more. For instance, we are sole distributors of LMR Naturals by IFF in India. Their active essences and brain emotions collection are scientifically tested for cosmetic properties as well as aromatology benefits. Do connect with our sales team to learn more on these ingredients. Secondly, the F&F industry is being more transparent in terms of the ingredients being used. The ingredients are being traceable, use of safe ingredients, that is IFRA compliance, and ethical sourcing, protection of communities. I would like to make 2 points out here. In terms of independent validations, when it comes to certifications, claims, scientific studies, etc., we know it comes with an added cost. But a simple example we can take, probably when we have a party or an event at home, we will always call for food which offers standard quality. These certifications and claims provide exactly that for our formulations. In terms of being transparent, something interesting I read quoted by Simon Sinek is being transparent does not mean sharing every detail, but being able to provide the context upon which the decisions are being taken. So, what are these new buzzwords and what do they actually mean? What is biodegradability? What is renewable? What's upcycling? What's green chemistry? What's organic? What's natural? And what is the relevance of these? For biodegradability, let's take a common example. Say we go on a trek and we're having a banana. We probably just throw the banana peel because we think it's going to biodegrade into the soil. But do we think twice about what's going down our drains? Probably not. All the home care, beauty care, personal care products, they all go down the drain. That's simply how it functions and hence unavoidable. What happens is these ingredients enter the sewage systems as well as the water treatment plants. These water treatment plants struggle to filter out these contents. Hence, they enter our rivers, seas, and oceans, posing a great risk to our marine life. Also, possible introduction of toxic substances in our food chain. Hence, let's be mindful of the ingredients we use. In terms of explaining biodegradability, there is no universal definition, especially in terms of how quickly the materials should break down, but we can broadly define biodegradability as the process by which substances are decomposed by microorganisms, mainly aerobic bacteria, into simpler substances such as carbon dioxide, water, and ammonia. For ingredient spotlight, we have orange flower, ether, and timbersit, which will be explained later by Neeraj. Renewability. Renewability is nothing but ingredients derived from renewable sources. And what are renewable sources? They can be replenished in a finite amount of time, such as plant-derived naturally occurring ingredients, residue, waste matter, and bacteria. What's the relevance of renewability? As I mentioned, climate change is real. Also, the petroleum industry is set to shrink for 2 reasons. One, due to the pollution the fossil raw materials are providing, and secondly, the gradual transition towards electric vehicles. There is a need to preserve water and natural resources. Also, use of renewables ensures CO2 cycle is balanced and no extra CO2 is generated. Here too, in the ingredient spotlight, we have orange flower, ether, and timbersit, which will be explained later. Our third term, upcycling. Upcycling is the process of transforming byproducts, waste materials, or discarded objects into new materials or products. An example we have for upcycled ingredients is the LMR's Upcycled Extracts collection. It utilizes various types of waste, such as harvest byproducts, such as the seeds, spent extraction materials, such as pulp, side streams from processing facilities, such as wastewater. Here, green chemistry principles have been leveraged too, which I will explain in the next slide. Ingredient spotlight, we have rose ultimate extract, rose essential, and orange flower ether, which will be taken up by Neeraj. In terms of green chemistry, the last example that I'm going to talk about is sustainable chemistry. Green chemistry is nothing but sustainable chemistry. It applies across the life cycle of a chemical product, including its design, manufacture, use, and ultimate disposal. It revolves around 12 key principles, some of which are waste prevention, designing safer chemicals, use of renewable feedstocks, design for degradation, and real-time pollution prevention. Here, the ingredient spotlight we have is cashmere. A commonly available example of green chemistry in the F&F industry is the terpene-based chemistry crude sulfate turpentine route. CST, a widely available byproduct of the paper and pulp industry, upon fractionation and minimal waste reduction, gives alpha and beta pinene. Upon further fractionation, gives high-performing fragrance ingredients such as iso-E super from IFF, linalool and linyl acetate from Simrise, and many more in the FFPL ingredient basket. I'm now handing over to Neeraj, who will take you through some of the ingredients we stock. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Neeraj Shah. Today, I am going to take you through some of the IFF ingredients. Those fall under these categories, which Kia just talked about. The first ingredient is cashmeran. Cashmeran comes under green chemistry. It is made by the proprietary process of IFF, where hazardous wastes are eliminated. Hence, it is environmental friendly ingredient. It is revolutionary and uniquely multifaceted ingredient. It has excellent performance and stability for a wide range of end-use applications. It is diffusive and long-lasting. It enables perfumers to create scents that are sophisticated, warm, sensual, and happy with different type of notes like floral, fruity, musky, amber, etc. The demand for cashmeran has increased in F&F industry in past several years. Next ingredient is rose. It comes under upcycled category. In IFF LMR, they have their rose sourcing platform in Turkey. Here, 3 processes have been combined. Those are petal distillation, water exhaustion, and residue extraction. As we can see in this process flow chart, rose petal on hydrodistillation gives rose oil and rose water. Earlier, this rose water were discarded, but now this rose water mixed in natural proportions with rose oil and gives rose essential, which is an upcycled ingredient. Further, exhausted rose petals upon extraction gives another upcycled ingredient, which is rose ultimate extract. Here, one thing which is interesting to know that earlier 4 tons of rose petals used to yield only 1 kg of rose oil, but today 4 tons of rose petal yields 2 kg of rose essential and 3 kg of rose ultimate extract. Apart from rose essential and rose ultimate extract, we have different grades of rose in our portfolio, which are fragrance as well as flavor grades. Next ingredient is orange flower ether. As we can see, it covers many categories. It is readily biodegradable, it is bio-based, it is renewable, it is upcycled. Though it's a citrus molecule, still it's non-sensitizer and non-allergen. It is a cyclic, unsaturated, non-conjugated ether. Hence, it has a good stability. It is a part of IFF's Hygiene Essence collection. It can be used for acid cleaners, detergent powder, liquid laundry, laundry bar soap, hair care, and for all purpose cleaners. It is a fragrance that makes the consumers feel refreshed, happy, and healthy. As we can see, IFF uses leftover orange peels. They pull out the liquid from these orange peels. Further, they process it using their expertise to create specific reactions and subsequent fractions, which first gives D-limonene and further orange flower ether. Next ingredient is timber silk. It is readily biodegradable and renewable. It is an evolution of ISOE Super. It has added power which ensures equivalent result and effectiveness, but with less dosage. It gives unique performance at a cost that few other ingredients can match. It is smooth, warm, woody. It has amber note. It is powerful yet silk soft. It brings subtle strength, bloom, and vibrance to a fragrance. It is readily biodegradable and long-lasting. As we all aware that long-lasting materials are usually stable molecules, hence slow to break down. But timber silk being readily biodegradable, it ensures perfumers to use these notes even as trends evolve. It is 75% renewable. It is bio-based, and the feedstock used here is from sugarcane derivatives. Apart from these 4 ingredients, we have many other ingredients from IFF basket, which falls under these categories. These are some of the ingredients which falls under biodegradable. These are some of the ingredients which falls under renewable. And these are some of the ingredients which falls under upcycled. I'm sure many of us are familiar with these ingredients. If you have any inquiries, please feel free to contact us on sales@finefrag.com. Thank you for attending this session. Wish you all a very happy Gudi Padwa. Thank you.
Thank you to the Fine Fragrances team. Kea, are you here to answer some questions from the audience?
Yes.
Okay. Kea, good morning, first of all. We have a question from the audience. Approximately how many FNF ingredients from the total portfolio can be sourced sustainably?
I think that's a very, is it, am I on?
Yeah, Kea, you're audible.
Yeah, so there are, I think that's a question that I would like to answer. IFF processes are constantly changing. So currently, I would say we would have at least in our portfolio over 30 to 40 ingredients. Those can be shared with you if you're interested via an email, and we can tell you, because we do stock over 150 IFF specialities, and several of them go under many categories. So if you just talk of only sustainability, then I can send out a list to you.
Okay. The second question is, what increase in cost is expected for a raw material with the requisite certifications?
See, these are very general questions because we are talking of 150 raw materials. And, you know, how can I answer a question when I don't know what you're comparing with? So if you tell me, this is a conversation we can have on a one-to-one. If anybody has certain questions with respect to any particular ingredient, please feel free to write to us at sales@finefrag.com that this is my requirement. I'm looking in a sustainable ingredient in this note. And then we will come back to you and say, these are the options that you have from our portfolio. I mean, I would not know how to save cost unless I know what you're using.
Right. Okay. Thank you for a very insightful session. Indeed, conscious and sustainable choices are a need of the hour. On behalf of Fafai, thank you very much to the Fine Fragrances team for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you to Fafai, and wish all the delegates a very, very auspicious day today and a successful Fafai. We wish all the other participants all the best for their sessions, and we will be viewing it.
Thank you so much. We'll begin our next session hosted by Jeevadan at 11 a.m. In the meanwhile, the audience may visit the sponsor hall to interact with our valued sponsors for today's event.
So not bad.
We'll begin our next session. Good morning once again to all our viewers. Our next session, the third for today, is hosted by Jivodan. Jivodan is a global leader in fragrance and beauty and taste and well-being. They celebrate the beauty of human experience by creating for happier, healthier lives with love for nature. With over 185 locations in 52 countries and over 79 production sites, they are committed to driving purpose-led growth that makes a positive impact. Their portfolio of patented fragrance specialties has the power to surprise and discover new olfactive directions. From the Jivodan team, Mr. Dave Housen, Ms. Mamta Panchal, and Mr. Anthony will be joining us via a pre-recorded session. A note to the audience, if you have any questions during the session, please post them using the button at the bottom of your screen, and Jivodan will revert to you in due course. Rahul, request you to please play the video from Jivodan.
Thank you for providing us an opportunity to present Naturals offered by Albert VA, backed by Jivodan, a global leader in fragrance and beauty, taste and well-being. So let us explore the health and wellness aspects of Naturals by Albert VA. Talking about the history, there has been a long-standing relationship between plants and human beings. Aromatic plants have been used for thousands of years to uplift the spirit and heal the body. In the early 10th century, Avicenna distilled the first essential oil using the rose flowers. In early 19th century, it was discovered that essential oils such as lavender oil have therapeutic properties. In 1970s, chemotypes were discovered which allowed a more targeted, precise, and effective practice of essential oils. Today, wellness has become a part of our lifestyle. There is a power in a drop of every essential oil. However, we need to know what exactly needs to be used. For example, essential oil, which is botanically and biochemically defined. The pink peppercorn that is available in the market, that is pink peppercorn from Peru, is typically seen as mole, and the pink peppercorn from the Indian Ocean is seen as terebinthifolis. The essential oils can also be defined using chemotypes, like linalool acetate present in lavender. Also, identifying the geographical origin to ensure the proper biotope. Example, rose oil from Turkey versus rose oil from Bulgaria. And also the farming practices which complies with organic standards. And finally, the right process used for distillation matters. Talking about the application modes in brief, aromatic molecules that are present in essential oils can be inhaled, can be applied, or can be ingested. Now, this is known to collectively manage bad smells, act as an air disinfectant, help in relaxation or stimulation. Research has also shown that it helps in sleep and mood management. Talking about evidence, essential oils have been used for their therapeutic properties for thousands of years. For example, myrrh is used in Middle East to relieve rheumatic pain and help in healing. Scientists have also understood that eugenol in clove essential oil is known for its antiviral and antibacterial properties. There has been case studies wherein essential oils and their effects on women's health is published. Also, various clinical studies have been conducted to show that the essential oils can act as pathogens like tea tree oil on bird flu. Thus, the effect of essential oils have been clinically studied. Moving into the safety aspects, safety has always been a priority as far as essential oils are concerned. Albert VA offers high-quality essential oils which are 100% pure, natural, and botanically identified. As far as safety parameters are concerned, the same is furnished. Moving on to regulations, usage of essential oils in cosmetics and aromatherapy is regulated. With this, I take the opportunity to introduce my colleague, Mr. Anthony, who will be presenting and providing you more insights on the wellness aspect and the application front. Thank you.
Thank you, Mamta. Good morning, everyone. So, as my colleague briefed about the naturals and essential oils which has been used for the wellness factor, I'll be actually talking about essential oils and absolutes which have been categorized and selected with the help of professionals based on their properties and biochemical profile, typically into air sanitizing, skin treatment, body relief, relaxing in sleep, and mood management. Before I could proceed, I would like to inform you the aromatherapy properties in this document or presentation are excerpted from reference books, scientific articles, or specialized websites and are provided to customer for its information and internal use only. They are not, under any circumstances, to be considered sufficient as a basis for any health claim or diagnosis for purposes of therapeutic application. Claims on a finished product remain the responsibility of the company making the finished product available on the market. The first category that I'll be highlighting upon is pure air. With the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, we need to feel safe and protected. And air purification complements the health rule, which has now become part of a lifestyle and allows us to ease the mind knowing that the air we breathe is clean and fresh. Before I could proceed with the essential oils that actually help in bettering the air quality, I would like to talk about the 4 factors that affect the air quality. The first is humidity level. Second is poor ventilation, followed by pets and dust. Humidity level plays a vital role in air quality. The ideal relative humidity range for indoor spaces is between 40 to 50%. And if your humidity level is higher than 50%, you could experience biological growth. This could cause shortness of breath, lung irritation, and respiratory distress. Conversely, if your humidity levels dip below 30%, you could experience skin irritation, throat soreness, and dry eyes. Poor ventilation is a major problem. Having a home with poor ventilation can cause polluted air to recirculate throughout the house. A poorly ventilated home can lead to pollen and dust buildup, causing health problems, particularly to those who suffer from allergies or asthma. Pets may cause allergen, contain allergen, which may be a problem for people who suffer from allergies or asthma. As far as dust is concerned, when you don't dust often, the particles can accumulate and affect your indoor air quality. Dust can consist of many items, including dead skin cells, pollen, hair, dirt particles, and clothing fibers. It's a particular nuisance for people who deal with allergies and asthma. On the left-hand side of my screen, you could see there are certain essential oils that have been studied for their antibacterial, antifungal, and antiviral properties. There was a study which was published in 2010, wherein Sokovich and others did a study of antibacterial effects of essential oil on commonly used medicinal herbs in an in vitro model molecules. And they figured out that the lineal acetate present in lavender, 1,8-cineol present in eucalyptus, carvacrol present in oregano, and thymol present in thyme may said to have antibacterial properties. Similarly, in the year 2009, Asani and others, they did a screening of antiviral activities of isolated compounds for essential oils and found out that the eugenol present in clove buds and leaves and beta-caryophyllene present in marjoram may have or may promote antiviral characteristic. There was another study which was published in Environ Health in 2018, wherein antifungal properties of essential oils for improvement of indoor air quality was reviewed by Willie and others, and they figured out that carvacrol present in oregano and eugenol present in clove buds and leaves and thymol present in thyme may said to have antifungal properties. Continuing with air sanitizing and antibacterial properties of essential oils, in aerosol, tea tree essential oil and eucalyptus globulus essential oil have proven to be very effective as a disinfectant against influenza A virus and E. coli. Now, both these essential oils are able to inactivate viruses by more than 95% within 5 to 15 minutes of exposure. Now, this study was published by Yusashev and others in the year 2013. Similarly, there was a study which was done by combining different essential oils that is forming a synergy, and they have seen a spectacular reduction in microbial contamination, which has direct effect on the respiratory functions. Now, this was published by Fabrizio Gelmini in the year 2016, and they have figured out that regular dosage, low dosage and cold diffusion of the synergy of essential oils has seen a very positive impact. There are other products like Neoli Madagascar, Eucalyptus globulus Spain, rosemary containing cineol from make said to have pure air properties, that is antibacterial properties. Talking about pure skin, a very interesting category. Our behavior has actually taken a long-term shift towards wellness through self-care rituals that respect both people and nature. So customers are typically looking for products which contains natural. The major factors where these essential oils have been studied are healing, products which essential oils which are said to contain astringent properties, that is clean skin tightening, anti-inflammatory properties, and skin tonic. Skin tonics typically tend to be very heavier with humectants and moisturizing ingredients such as hyaluronic acid and rose water. However, there are certain essential oils which tend to complement it very well. Talking about the healing aspect, there was a study which was published in the year 2017 by Soshan Ha and others, and they did a study of chemical composition analysis of essential oils on human skin cells in vitro model, and found out that the beta ethylenones present in everlasting, curcumin present in myrrh, linalool present in lavandin grasso, and alpha beta atlanetone present in Atlas cedarwood Morocco said to may have healing properties. Similarly, there was a research which was published in the Asian Journal of Pharmaceutical Research and Development in 2019, wherein blue tannessee, that is the chemotype camazoline, lindestrine present in myrrh, and isobutyl, isoamyl, and methyl allyl angelate present in Roman chamomile may have anti-inflammatory characteristics. I mean, lavenders have been one of the top oils which have been used for skin to treat burns and heal skin. They're also said to contain antiseptic properties, analgesic, and it also promotes rapid healing and also reduces scarring. That has been believed from quite a long time, and it's also been used in the treatment of eczema, dermatitis, psoriasis, boils, and acne. Phospholic acids containing in frankincense also have said to have very strong anti-inflammatory activity. In the year 2010, Pedretti and others have demonstrated favorable effects of these substances against photoaging of the skin. As mentioned earlier in my earlier slide, etolidiones present in the essential oil of helichrysum, that is everlasting Picardy, in the essential oil and in the floral waters, it actually helps to resolve bruises and hematomas. When studied in vivo and in vitro models, some essential oils are proved to be having anti-inflammatory and antioxidant properties. There are more essential oils like cistus Spain, myrrh Somalia, and frankincense Somalia, which may contribute to pure skin characteristics. Talking about pure heal, your body needs to feel free, and you need to be ready to go through your adventures and bounce back after your workouts. So there have been essential oils which have been studied for characteristics like anti-hematoma, pain relieving aspect, essential oils which can actually aid in local anesthetic, and anti-inflammatory characteristics. So there was a study which was done in the year 2017 by Rita Di Cassia di Silveira on analgesic activity of essential oil constituents, and they found out that the eugenol present in clove buds, methyl salicylate present in wintergreen, and benzyl benzoate present in ylang ylang have found to have or said to have pain relieving aspects. Similarly, eugenol present in clove buds and leaves and eugenol acetate present in marjoram was studied by Judith Mand in the study of chemical properties of volatile oils from clove buds in the year 2017, and it's said to have anesthetic characteristic. Similarly, etolidone present in everlasting is said to have antiemetic characteristics. Continuing with pain management, Gualtheria wintergreen is a prime oil for all pain management. I mean, it typically serves as an analgesic, serves as an anti-rheumatic, is also considered to be anti-inflammatory. Menthol contained in peppermint is also effective in reducing the symptoms of CIPN, that is chemotherapy-induced peripheral neuropathy. And it's used in gels and cream applications in doses ranging from around 0.5 to 1%. It is also well known in combination with camphor, which is typically found in lavandin grosso, and rosemary containing larger camphor constituents. It is used mainly in pain management preparation like tiger balm. There are other products like wintergreen from China, clove leaves from Madagascar, lavandin grosso from France may contribute to pure heal characteristics. Talking of the pure calm category, relax and sleep is very important, and as customers look to unwind and relax the mind and body. So basically, there has been a study which has been done on the calming, sedative, and the mood relaxing aspects. There are three hormones which play a vital role as far as calming, sedative, and mood relaxing is concerned. The first is dopamine. Dopamine is the hormone which is responsible for making us feel good. If we are able to achieve our body shape or weight goals, this hormone will be produced in greater quantities. Similarly, serotonin can actually help in reducing the symptoms of depression. Endorphins, which are directly related to happiness, meaning that they can help to reduce physical pain or symptoms of injury in our muscles due to its chemical properties being similar to morphine, which is used for pain relief. A pilot study on essential oil aroma simulation for enhancing slow wave EEG in sleeping brain was done by Li Wei Ku, and the scientific report was published in 2021. They figured out that when lavender aroma releases were done, the alpha wave in wake stage was reduced, while delta wave in slow wave sleep was increased. This is basically to mention that it actually helps in a calming sedative effect. Similarly, in 2016, Janine Dyer had published her research in complementary therapies in clinical practices, wherein the use of aroma sticks was promoted to help with sleep problems. A patient survey was done, and based on the survey, this was the research that was published, which says an improvement of at least 1 point on a Likert scale measuring sleep quality was shown by 64% of patients following the use of an aroma stick. Similarly, essential oil is also said to have an anxiolytic effect. Now, this was published in a research by the Journal of Korean Academy of Nursing, wherein the effects of aromatherapy on change in the autonomic nervous system, aortic pulse wave velocity, and aortic augmentation index in patients with hypertension was studied. Upon aromatherapy, it was shown that it is effective in lowering systolic blood pressure by around 0.001 and sympathetic nerve systematic activity by 0.047. Similarly, Roman chamomile is one of the key calming essential oils that has been believed to act as a nerve sedative, and it's also believed to be analgesic and is used to promote sleep and calmness. Generally, when mixed with certain blends like lavender oil, Roman chamomile, sweet orange or neroli, it is said to promote relaxing and sleep characteristics. Also, we do offer Atlas cedarwood Morocco and Neroli Tunisia, which may said to contain or have pure calm characteristics. Talking about pure mode, it is very important to give a break from mental stressors, restore control of our life, concentrate focus, and generate happy feelings and confidence. So they have figured out that there are certain hormones which are responsible for the energy, balance, and joy aspect. So the energy aspect is controlled by thyroxine and cortisol hormones, whereas balance and joy is concerned, it's been taken care by dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, and endorphins. So with the blend of essential oils, it is also possible to create an anchor to better manage stress, anxiety, thereby enhancing the cuddly toy effect. It is also said to there are products like ginger from Madagascar, jasmine, rose, may set to have characteristics which may enhance your mood. Finally, we work to support nature and those who nurture it. For any inquiries related to Albert VA products, feel free to either contact me or Miss Mamta Panchal. If you want to know or have more information about Albert VA products, feel free to visit our website, that is www.albertva.com. The products are readily available with our authorized Givaudan distributors. Thank you very much and you have a good day.
Everyone.
We have one more video from
Rahul, can you please play the next video from Givaudan?
Hello everyone, my name is Dave Howson and I lead responsible sourcing at Givaudan. And Givaudan is a global leader in fragrance and beauty, taste and well-being. Thank you for this invitation to present to you today on our end-to-end responsible sourcing program, which we call Sourcing for Good. First of all though, I'd like to introduce you to my team, to myself and my team. So that's me, Dave Howson. As I said, I'm head of responsible sourcing and I'm based in Vernier in Switzerland, which is a suburb of Geneva. I've got 3 people in my team, 3 direct reports. So Hanele, she works as a responsible sourcing manager based in Helsinki. Jennifer is based in Avignon in the south of France. And Joao is the responsible sourcing manager based in Naarden in the Netherlands. And we're also supported by some analysts working in our shared service center in Budapest. So responsible sourcing at Givaudan has been a function for many years, and we are part now of the sustainability team. So I report into Halvard Bremnes, who's our head of sustainability, who then reports into Willem Mutserts, who's our CPO and chief sustainability officer as well. So responsible sourcing is part of sustainability, which is also under the procurement umbrella. Okay, so what are we going to talk about today? So I'm going to introduce you to our program, Sourcing for Good. I'm going to take you through our overall approach and where it fits into our corporate purpose, and also then go into a little bit more detail with regards to Sourcing for Good and how it operates in action. And then I'll finish up with just going through some points on our roadmap. So just to put Sourcing for Good into context, at the end of 2019, Givaudan launched their corporate purpose, which is creating for happier, healthier lives with love for nature. Let's imagine together. And in this purpose, we have 4 distinct pillars: creations, nature, people, and communities. So when we think about responsible sourcing, we think about right across each of the pillars. And so we see that responsible sourcing is fully embedded into these pillars. So when we think about creations, it's about a continued focus on innovating ecosystems and partnerships, and really creating a palette of ingredients and materials that are sourced responsibly. And in the nature pillar, it's about sourcing in an environmentally responsible manner. And we have some very strict and stringent targets going forward into 2050, and responsible sourcing has a role to play to reduce our overall impact on the environment with our upstream supplier partners. And in the people pillar, it's about living our values in everything we do. If we think specifically on our human rights approach, which is fully embedded into our updated responsible sourcing policy. And then we have the communities pillar, and this is around doing business with suppliers in a responsible way. And so this is obviously fully fundamental to our responsible sourcing approach. And in fact, when we look at each of these pillars, there are distinct ambitions laid out. And when we think about that for communities, it's about sourcing in a way that protects people and the environment by 2030, which is the target for Sourcing for Good. But before I move on, just to make another note with regards to our approach to becoming a B Corp certified company, over the next few years. So we launched this program back in 2020, and we're on the journey to become a B Corp certified company, which for a company of our size and scope is very impressive, and it's something that a lot of people in the business will become involved in, because B Corp certification is really the gold standard of sustainability and ESG attributes. Okay, so as I mentioned, in the communities pillar, we have a specific target, and this is to source all materials and services in a way that protects people and the environment by 2030. So this is the target we've adopted for sourcing for good. And we have sort of three key themes for responsible sourcing and sourcing for good at Givaudan. First is really the bedrock of responsible sourcing, and this is to ensure trust and compliance right across our entire supply chain. And I say across our entire supply chain because historically, responsible sourcing at Givaudan has been focused on our naturals raw materials supply base. But under sourcing for good, which we launched in April 2022, we've added to the scope of responsible sourcing, so that we've added our synthetics, so our chemicals, and our indirect materials and services, so IM&S as we call it, those spend categories to our overall responsible sourcing approach. So it's about building trust and compliance across all of our spend areas, naturals, synthetics, and IM&S. But of course, that isn't just where we want to stop. We don't want to just focus on compliance. One of the aspects which I'll take you through later on in the Sourcing for Good program is about embarking on collaborative and transformational projects in selected supply chains. So not every supply chain will be selected for one of these transformational projects, but this is where we go beyond compliance, working with key stakeholders inside and outside of the business. So for instance, with customers, and to really enable us to talk to their consumers through their brands with projects which are going into much more detail with regards to traceability, things like regenerative agriculture, biodiversity. So these collaborative and transformational projects in selected supply chains. And a key theme for Sourcing for Good is our material traceability. And once again, we want to get to the greatest level of traceability and do this in a digitized way so that we can collect, report and update data with our customers and our internal stakeholders as well. So there's a number of themes that are encompassing our Sourcing for Good program. So what's our approach? Really, it's about end-to-end value creation. And so we have three key parameters for this. So value for suppliers upstream, value for our teams within Givaudan, and then value for our customers downstream. So when we think about value for our suppliers, it's working with them for them to become suppliers of choice. So it's really enabling them to have greater visibility of our business and through their business as well, so that we can work together on continuous improvement activities. And when we think about our value for our teams, this is about creating those material attributes so that our creators, formulators, perfumers can access the materials that are being sourced responsibly in a more sustainable way, so they can choose those materials in order to create these beautiful creations that we work up into our formula that we then sell on to our customers. And of course, for our customers, it's bringing that to life with regards to attributes, material attributes, and traceability elements, which is something that they see their consumers wanting to know more and more about. So it's really bringing that to life and creating those partnerships, long-standing partnerships with our customers. So this is sort of the end-to-end value creation. And that's built on some distinct building blocks. First, we have the full scope with clear priorities. Then we talk about traceability, digitization, and progress monitoring, partnerships and third-party validation, and our integrated operating model. And I'll go through these in turn in a little bit more detail. But first, we then think about working with our suppliers, our upstream suppliers, and Sourcing for Good allows us to accelerate our actions with our suppliers in certain topics. So for instance, benefiting workers at factory, farm and collector level. So right across our three areas of spend, we work with many tier one factories and processors, as well as at farm level in our natural supply chain. And we're sourcing from over 100 countries. When we think about our raw materials, we're talking about more than 10,000. So we've got an enormous scope. So it's really about working with our upstream supply partners to benefit those workers at factory and farm and collector level. We're then looking at sustainable agricultural practices and promoting those and preserving our wild harvest supply chain. So many of our natural raw materials are cultivated, but also many are wild harvested as well, which creates other challenges or different challenges, and we need to make sure that we're promoting those sustainable agricultural practices to preserve those supply chains. Also, we have a role to play in reducing our environmental footprints in our many supply chains and also promoting biodiversity. Challenges to biodiversity affect all of us, or will start to affect all of us, and therefore it's our responsibility to ensure that we're promoting biodiversity in all of our key natural supply chains. And of course, we're working to benefit the lives of communities from where we source. So it's not just those directly in our supply chain, it's those indirect beneficiaries in the supply chain. So we're looking at measuring and working to see where we can improve and benefit the lives of those people. So there's a number of different aspects that Sourcing for Good is covering in the supply chain. So when we get into more detail now and looking at Sourcing for Good in action, so how do we do this? So I mentioned before about the 4 billion blocks, so I'll go into those in a little bit more detail. So this is really the how we'll do it. So when we look at our full scope, then with clear priorities, it's about that full portfolio of spend. So moving beyond naturals into the synthetics and indirect materials and services. And it's really about a focused effort allocated to different levels of an activity. And I'll show you the architecture of the program in a moment. And it's a progressive approach based on prioritized action. So this is not a one-size-fits-all approach where we have just one tool that we use everywhere. This is using different tools for different supply chains, for different reasons, for different impacts, to making sure that we're maximizing the resource and then the impact and the outcome as well of those activities. When we look at traceability, digitization, and progress monitoring, it's about driving visibility across our supply chains. You know, we see more and more customers, and it's visibility that they want to see in these supply chains. What's the provenance? What's the country of origin? What's the farm setup? What's the supply chain structure that we can bring this data and we can share that. It's about driving access to data and information. So really getting a more digital approach. So this is a challenge a number of companies are facing. So this is something we're working very closely with our IT and IM&T teams on driving that access to data so that we can access, we can update and we can report on different levels of traceability data within our supply chains. And it's about monitoring and reporting progress at each step, making sure that we're always making progress. This is a continuous improvement journey. We see responsible sourcing and Sourcing for Good as a continuous improvement journey. So this is about monitoring and progressing and reporting at each step to make sure we're not going backwards. We're also looking at partnerships and third-party validation. This is where we leverage best practice tools and a best practice tools and approach. So as an example, we can't do and don't want to do responsible sourcing completely isolated and completely on our own. We work with many different companies. We work with many industry partners on what the best practice approach is to responsible sourcing. We are sharing supply chains with many different companies, competitors and non-competitors. And in order for us to generate and develop those sustainable supply chains, it makes much more sense to work in collaboration. And we want to be fully aligned with industry leading practice, working with the organizations such as the IFRA and IOFI sustainability group, so that we have a role to play in making our responsible sourcing approach, the industry leading practice. We want to enable those transformational projects. We can't do that on our own, don't want to do that on our own. So we work with both internal and external partners in order to drive through those particular projects. And it's having that third-party validation of our approach. So rather than us going off and into one particular direction, we're making sure that the approach we're taking is third-party validated. And lastly, it's the integrated operating model. This is really important because this is about embedding our responsible sourcing approach into our procurement model. So we work very closely with our procurement partners within Givaudan to ensure that they are starting to embed responsible sourcing practices into their day-to-day portfolio management. So quality, cost, service, and responsible sourcing and sustainability then becomes built in. So this is then they're being supported by our expert responsible sourcing team, so that we're delivering that end-to-end program. So the integrated operating model will allow us to accelerate and really go to scale with the activities and the tools that we have in place across our supply chains, naturals, synthetics, and IMNS. So when we look at sourcing for good, and as I mentioned before about the architecture, there's 4 different levels. So it's these levels define the right level of supplier engagement, activities, and efforts. So it's about breadth versus depth across our full portfolio of spend, as I've mentioned. So our full portfolio is covered with a progressive approach, and it's based on this prioritized action. So at the active level, we're talking about then sharing our responsible sourcing policy. This is really the start of the journey. And then the responsible sourcing approach is then further embedded when assurance proof points are gathered at the other level. So at active level, we share our responsible sourcing policy, which we updated in early 2021 when we launched Sourcing for Good. And we share that with all of our active level suppliers. So we're continuing the sharing of that this year. And so we're talking about nearly 20,000 active vendors, and they will all get this responsible sourcing policy, which then allows them to go through, and it's a guidance document. So it allows them to understand the levels of the compliance levels that the suppliers, we would expect them to work towards becoming compliant with those. And so this is a crucial first step of our responsible sourcing approach. This is the breadth. So this is every supplier, every active supplier that Givaudan works with right across our different spend portfolios. And then the next level up is our engaged level. So depending on the category, depends on the activity here. So at the engaged level for naturals, we have what we call a due diligence questionnaire, which is a new questionnaire that we launched as part of our of Sourcing for Good program. And we have about 50 different data points, which we complete via our category managers and also suppliers on elements such as risk, whether it's social or environmental, the supply chain structure, the traceability data, so the origins, and the challenges, the different harvest periods, the numbers of people. So there's a number of different data points which we're mining at a very broad level, because as part of this engaged level as well, we've prioritized a number of natural raw materials. So our total portfolio is over 600 raw materials families, and we've gone through a prioritization exercise because not all of those 600 raw materials will be iconic for us or in that prioritized level for our customers, and therefore we've got out of those 600 raw materials families, we have 160 that we prioritize for specific activity at the next level, at the committed level. And so at that engaged level, so we talk about when we do our naturals raw materials, we use our due diligence questionnaire, but we're also doing the risk and impact assessment to enable us to maintain that prioritization. So making sure that those raw materials that are prioritized are kept, they're valid, and they maintain that sort of valid prioritized level. And at the committed level, we use different tools which goes beyond the due diligence side into the more interactive. So we talk about then at the natural side doing tier 1, so factory level audits using the SEDEX SMETA, so the SEDEX Members Ethical Trade Audit 4-pillar protocol. And also at the farm level, we use for the cultivated farm level supply chains, the Sustainable Agriculture Initiative FSA, so Farm Sustainability Assessment. So we use that as a third-party audit protocol. And for our wild harvest supply chains, we use the Union for Ethical Biotrade, so UEBT, farm level standard to the responsible sourcing level. So we use different tools for different supply chains at that committed level. So the committed level being those prioritized natural raw materials. Now, I've talked about naturals, but at the synthetics and IMNS, so we joined, so Givaudan joined an organization called Together for Sustainability back in 2021. And the idea here is for Together for Sustainability to work through Sourcing for Good on our chemicals and indirect materials and services supply chains. So working with other chemicals manufacturers on driving through those responsible sourcing programs using different tools. So for the indirect materials and services, we would use the EcoVadis desktop assessment based on the fact that many of our IM&S service providers are not manufacturing. So it's more appropriate to use an EcoVadis tool. Also, when we think about our synthetics or some of the manufacturing sites, we would use the Together for Sustainability or TFS audit protocol. So once again, it's another example of using different tools for different supply chains for the right reasons. So we're maximizing our approach and our prioritized approach and our maximizing our resource as well. So this is where these prioritized materials and services undergo these third-party verification schemes. And another note to make at the committed level as well, we also have what we call a basket of standards. So if we see that there is a particular certification in a supply chain, then we would recognize that certification, whether that's something like organic or fair for life, in lieu of asking a supplier to undertake a brand new audit. We recognize that we don't want suppliers to suffer from audit fatigue. And so we recognize existing protocols, some existing protocols in these supply chains as well. So this is then our active, engaged and committed levels. So this is where really the engine room of Sourcing for Good, where we focus on that level of compliance to international norms and our responsible sourcing policy. But then for certain selected supply chains, we're looking at launching and going beyond compliance into these transformational projects. So Givaudan has a foundation, and the foundation works on many different supply chains all over the world, focusing on many community projects, but also some agronomy and biodiversity projects as well. And we also have internal partners through our procurement function and our agronomists. We have an agronomy team on the ground. We have what we call an origination team on the ground, and they're driving through many of these advanced level projects as well. But this is an opportunity for us to work directly with other stakeholders, for instance, customers, on being able to bring to life certain issues, elements, whether that's social, whether that's environmental, whether that's something focused on regenerative agriculture or biodiversity, where we can really tell a story and bring to life these end-to-end transformational projects. So this is then the 4 levels of our responsible sourcing program, Sourcing for Good. As I mentioned, as well as one of the building blocks is the third-party validation. So you can see we're working with many different partners, leveraging our best practice approach. So working with the B Movement builders, for instance, on our journey to become B Corp certified. We're working with many assurance houses, Elevate, Bureau Veritas. We're members of the RSPO, so the Roundtable for Sustainable Palm Oil. We're also been long-standing members of the AIM Progress Task Force, focusing on responsible sourcing. So we're working with and alongside many industry best practice partners. We're also have been key to the IFRA and IOFI Sustainability Charter. So Givaudan were one of the leading voices in the creation of that. As I mentioned, we've joined Together for Sustainability and are making progress there, using different tools such as the SCI platform, EcoVadis and SEDEX. And then when we think about the enabling transformational projects, we're working with multiple different partners through our foundation or independently with the likes of the Earthworm Foundation on our transformational projects on palm oil in Indonesia, Malaysia and Brazil. And of course, then third-party validation is very important as well. So we work very closely with KPMG and Ernst & Young on our assurance points to make sure that we're going in the right direction. And then lastly, when it comes to our building blocks, it's about accelerating our program with our collaboration with procurement. So this is then the transformation of our traditional setup where responsible sourcing was done mostly by the responsible sourcing team with some support from procurement. But then through this transition, through capability and team building, putting new tools and platforms in place, enhancing the collaboration and empowerment through procurement, and then the progress monitoring, we transform the approach to responsible sourcing where the procurement team embed that compliance management, the supplier compliance management, as part of their day-to-day, so that then they're still supported by the RS team, but then responsible sourcing spends more time focused on that, the beyond compliance activities and the transformational projects, and really bringing value to our suppliers, our internal teams, and our customers as well. So that's really a longer journey, and we're going through that that sort of end state operating model. So this, really when we think about naturals, it's about prioritization alignment, as I mentioned, the due diligence questionnaire and the audit roadmap that we've rolled out. And then with synthetics and R&S, it's really maximizing the tools that we have there through Together for Sustainability, so the TFS framework, and using new tools for us, such as EcoVadis, to measure the performance of our suppliers. So the relationship that we have and the transition that we have, the transition operating model that we're working with our procurement teams on at the moment is going to be super important for the success, a long-term success of Sourcing for Good as it goes to scale. So just a couple of slides now on some examples of these transformation and advanced level projects. So we're working with the vetiver supply chain in Haiti and have been doing for many years. So creating the EcoCert organic certification. We were one of the first companies to buy large volumes of EcoCert and fair trade vetiver oil from Haiti. This is also about implementing full traceability. Individual quality premiums to farmers. So this was a first as well. Also improving some of the infrastructure around the farms and villages. So that sort of indirect benefit that we talked about before. Implementing best practice and improving energy efficiency. So there's a number of different aspects to the work we're doing with sourcing vetiver responsibly. Also a bit closer to home with regards to Europe, with Roma Chamomile in Italy. This is about fair for life. So looking at fair working conditions, environmental responsibility, the improvement and betterment of the local impact. This is a longer term project, in terms of fair for life. This is a multi-year project. So looking at reducing herbicides and pesticides, those agronomic tests carried out to eliminate those fertilizers. So this is about then, improving the livelihoods of farmers, becoming more efficient and reducing the impact on the environment as well. And looking at new market development for existing products. So this is a many and varied partnership, which has been long-standing in the Piedmont region in Italy. And then lastly, in India, with Jasmine Absolute, with our partner there, Synthite. So this is a strategic partnership, looking at the improvement and the innovation of qualities of the natural ingredients, including then the Jasmine grandiflorum there. There's a network of farmers which we're buying from, allowing us to have that full transparency in the supply chain, which we know that customers are valuing more and more. It really aligns with our strategic goals moving forward. So just a couple of examples of where those projects go beyond compliance into something more value adding. Okay, so lastly then, just to summarize, we have then in our program made a lot of progress. So we launched in April 2021. So we have our new responsible sourcing policy implemented. We started to roll out that transition operating model with procurement. So we've launched our new due diligence tool. We've implemented our factory and farm level audit roadmap. And then the next steps is to ensure that we cover all of our raw materials, our prioritized raw materials, so the 160 out of the 600 that I mentioned. We have our advanced level product structure implemented, and then our materials attributes that bring to life these sourced responsibly flags into our internal systems. And then the Together for Sustainability program is implemented with synthetics and R&S. So we're in the process of doing that to really bring value and have it, and to be able to accelerate those two important supply chains for us as well. And then looking further ahead to our extended reach, making sure that we achieve that end state operating model with procurement. The synthetics and R&S is fully integrated. All of our raw materials families are covered by the due diligence process, and that traceability that is so important is supported by our digital roadmap. So we have that traceability system digitized. and full industry alignment with our industry IFRA and IOFI partnership. So looking to leverage that and really contribute to that and bringing that to life. So thank you very much again for the opportunity to present to you. Hopefully that's given you a flavour of the approach we take at Givaudan with responsible sourcing, and I'm hope you have a good rest of the event. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Givaudan team for the wonderful insights into sustainable and responsible sourcing. It is indeed something that needs the industry's awareness and active involvement. If you have any questions for Givaudan, please post them using the button on your screens, and Givaudan will revert to you in due course. We will begin our next session hosted by Sufi traders at 12 p.m. In the meanwhile, for the benefit of our audience, I would like to once again explain certain features of the website. You may view the agenda for today's event on the agenda and speakers page, which you can access via the lobby area. You will find information on all the companies and speakers who shall be hosting conference sessions. On the downloads page, you will find the exhibitors directory of the virtual bazaar. Please do download it to read about all the companies participating in today's event. We also encourage the audience to visit the sponsors hall to interact with our valued sponsors for today's event. You may interact with them using the video chat option, and you may also view their company brochures and corporate videos. Thank you. We'll start the next session at 12. Good afternoon and welcome to all our viewers who are just joining us. Our next session is hosted by Sufi Traders. Sufi is in the business of chemical raw materials since 1970. They represent several leading global companies for a wide range of chemicals. They are also importers and distributors, offering several chemicals off the shelf. Their products are used in several industries, including coatings, paints, cosmetics, flavors and fragrances, food ingredients, home cleaning products, hygiene products, and many more. Joining us today is Mr. Deepak Bhurani, Business Head of Sufi Traders. Mr. Bhurani, thank you for joining us once again for the second edition of the event. Over to you, sir, to begin your session.
Namaste. Am I audible?
Yes, Deepak uncle, please proceed.
Thank you very much. Namaste. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Krish, for the kind introduction that you just made. My name is Deepak Bhurani from Sufi. On behalf of Team Sufi, I extend greetings to each one on today's occasion of traditional Hindu New Year, Gudi Padwa, Ugadi, or Chaitra Navratri. We Sindhis are celebrating Cheti Chand today. Past 2 years have been indeed very challenging globally as humankind has faced a serious pandemic resulting in several health issues, loss of lives, business constraints due to lockdown, etc. We have been witnessing logistics issues globally for past 9 months or so, and the recent war in Europe has created more disturbance. Product availability has suffered besides a steep price rise for almost all products, a challenging period indeed for all of us. Fortunately, the pandemic has receded and lockdowns withdrawn in India. Our economy has shown resilience and we hope that the business uptick will bring happy tidings for all. Now coming to today's event, I take this opportunity to compliment Fafai team for having organized this virtual event. In absence of physical exhibitions, personal visits, etc., this virtual bazaar has provided a window to connect with customers and present products. We are pleased to be part of this event. We thank all participants for your presence and attendance. We hope that the presentation will be useful and that you will find it worthy of the time spent with us. I now hand over to our team members, Akshay and Uma, who will introduce Sufi organization and present our product range with focus on Capua essential oils from Italy. Here we go.
Good afternoon to all present here. I am Uma Walimbe. I will briefly introduce to you our company, Sufi. We have been in the supply of chemical raw materials since 1970. Sufi was founded by late Dr. Ashok Magnani with an aim to cater to the chemical raw material needs of the fast-growing industrial sector in India. Currently, Mr. Deepak Bhurani heads the organization along with experienced and devoted team members. We are indexing agents, importers, and distributors, and represent several leading global manufacturers in India for their products in varied industries. Majority of these products are natural and of vegetable origin. Sustainability is at the core of our practices. With over 50 years of experience, we have built a reputation by delivering quality, maintaining commitment through our performance and ethical working standards. We represent these global companies in India. They are leading manufacturers and have had long-term presence in respective industries. We have worked on building long-lasting business relations, be it with our principals or customers, and we value it by ensuring constant quality-driven success. Here we have listed our product categories. These basic industrial raw materials are utilized in manufacturing of numerous products which we use in our daily life. We are connected with a lot of industries. right from fragrances, perfumery, food and flavors to personal care, home care, cosmetics, pharmaceutical, hygiene education, and also leather and textile auxiliaries, lubricants, polymers, and few other industrial applications. I would like to share some information about the products we deal relating to the F&F industry, starting with cold pressed orange oil and D-laminin, which we offer from Luis Dreyfus Company, Brazil. Malaysian origin fatty acids from palm oil comprising of short chain, mid cut, and long chain. Some of these fatty acids like caproic, caprolic, capric, lauric, myristic, palmitic, oleic acid are used for fragrances and flavor applications. Indonesian origins fatty alcohols like octanol, decanol, lauryl alcohol, cetyl alcohol from ecobrine oleochemicals mainly for fragrance applications. Fatty acid esters from EVAP Malaysia like isopropyl myristate, isopropyl palmitate, and other related esters. Triacetine for fragrances and flavor application, we also offer glycerin. Jivdan is the market leader in the fragrance and flavor industry. We represent Jivdan for their fragrance ingredients and Jivcos which are used for perfumery and fragrance applications in toiletries, soap and detergent, personal products, agarbattis, air fresheners, and other similar applications. High quality of Jivdan fragrance ingredients provide a unique touch to end products. Many Jivdan fragrance ingredients and Jivcos are available from our shelf. Kapua SRL is in the business of processing of citrus essential oils since 1880. With the unmatched legacy of more than 140 years and their fifth generation in business now, Kapua is known for quality products and excellent services. They are capable of processing custom-made products as well. We are exclusive distributors in India since 2012 for their range of citrus essential oils and specialties. Kapua headquarters and their two processing sites are located in Italy. They cater to the most MNCs, large and medium-sized companies, and small volume users. We shall now show a video of lemon oil extraction from farm to factory.
Hi, I am Akshay Bhurani. Continuing the presentation, I shall now talk about some of the major products from Capua range. Bergamo oil, exclusively grown in south of Italy, is a hybrid between bitter orange and lemon. This oil is rich with zesty, fizzy, floral, and fruity notes that delight perfumers and flavorists. Used in both fragrance and flavor applications in cosmetics, aromatherapy, and tea manufacturing. Capua's program of sustainability is certified by UEBT. Lemon oil, known as the king of freshness, Italian lemon has a citric character that is fresh and juicy, natural and long-lasting, useful for fragrance and flavor applications. Sicilian and Calabrian climate and soil conditions bring a unique identity to oils from these fruits, which are sourced from conventional, global GAP or organic plantations. Mandarin oil, a must-have for fine fragrances. The green, yellow, and red mandarin oils have authentic smell typical of the whole fruit feel, strong top notes with sweet, fruity, and zesty notes. Their sustainable and regenerative agricultural practices ensure reduced CO2 emissions and lower water consumption. Italian orange, blood orange, has a specific taste and smell profile with an incredible biological value. Very rich in folic acid, 2 times more natural vitamin C, carotenoid, flavonoid, sugar, and organic acid. Italian orange is used in juice, fine fragrance, hair care, fabric and home care, aromatherapy, and cosmetic applications. Capua also offers folded oils. These are extracted by cold pression from the outer part of the fruit peel and consequently folded to enhance and embolden the aromatic character. Folding removes unwanted undertones and overtones and bitter components, producing an oil with clear, clean, fresh scent. Customized folded oils as per your need can also be made available. The fragrance specialties find applications in beauty care, fabric and home care, or air fresheners. These specialties can be used directly or as an alternative to fragrance compositions in finished products. Capua suggests dosage between 0.1% to 5% in finished applications. Capua uses different processes for extraction of these oils, and these include Bellatrix Special, Bellatrix Moscato, Torchio, Summa Torchio, and Nat Profile. Developed and perfected in Capua labs over years of in-house research, Nat Profile is one of the most innovative methods. This process allows cold extraction of all volatile components of bergamot, lemon, mandarin, and orange juices. The extracts obtained are high-performing and extremely powerful. Their concentration of aromatic elements is as much as 150 times higher than in any common fresh juices. The pandemic over the last 2 years has pushed every company globally to accelerate innovation and change. It has been no different with Capua. This year, Capua has introduced 3 new products for fragrance industry with an idea to provide stable performance at a cost-effective rate. These products are citrus terpene concentrate, obtained by cold pressing from fresh citrus fruits, further submitted to short part distillation. Lemon concentrate, obtained from lemon oil single fold, consequently concentrated with its natural derivatives. This ingredient performs better in smell and stability compared to usage of classic lemon oil and provides cost savings. Orange concentrate, obtained from orange oil single fold, consequently decolorized and concentrated by molecular separation with its natural derivatives. This ingredient performs better in smell and stability compared to usage of classic orange oil. This product has been used successfully by major fabric and home care end users. Other innovations which Kapua introduced last year are gaining ground. These innovations are citrus clean oil and citrus flower clean oil. They are 100% natural citrus oils with antibacterial properties and cost-effective in fragrance application. Kapua commissioned a new processing plant in October 2021, doubling their capacity. The plant can process 500 metric tons of fruit per day in 12 extraction lines. Kapua has installed 8 tanks of 30 tons each with controlled temperature for juice storage. I have completed my presentation. Hope you benefited from this. Our contact details are mentioned in this slide. You may reach us in case of any interest or queries. Thank you for your time and attention. We can now take your questions.
Thank you to Mr. Burani and to the rest of the Sufi team for the wonderful presentation. Deepak Uncle, is it okay to take a few questions from the audience?
Yes, certainly. Krish, I would like to thank both Uma and Akshay and like to add that in case of any requirements relating to Kapua citrus essential oils or any other products from our range for FNF applications, please refer to us. We shall be happy to provide samples and discuss commercials. We believe that the coming period will provide our industry plenty of opportunities. I would also like to add that commitment, trust, and values being at the core of our business ethics, we are here to provide you with the best solutions for the products that we handle. We believe in long-term partnerships and strive to achieve customer satisfaction. Krish, in case you have any questions, I am happy to take up right away.
Yeah. Deepak Uncle, there's a question from the audience. Do you hold ready stock of folded oils? And what is the shelf life?
Yes, we do hold stocks of folded oils and the shelf life is 18 months from manufacturing date.
Okay. Second question from the audience is the price volatility of citrus oils expected to normalize in the near future?
That's a very challenging question. Considering the fact that the situation prevailing in Europe is very delicate, costs have moved up majorly due to the logistics. Also, the shortages are also creating further pricing issues. It is very difficult to expect the normalization, and even if the situation on the war front improves, probably the losses which have already been incurred will take time to come back to normalcy. So we feel that at least the high prices will remain. Probably the volatility will come down. On the other front, when we talk of orange, orange from Brazil has been a big problem for the past 2 years. And I don't see much change happening on the orange front. In fact, orange will continue to remain high as far as the prices are concerned.
Okay. No more questions from the audience. If you have any closing remarks, I leave it to you.
I would only say thank you very much for this opportunity, and certainly we are here to service the industry in the best possible manner with our best abilities, and certainly keeping in mind the global aspects, we will do our best to satisfy customer requirements. Any long-term arrangements, yes, we can discuss and ensure that we maintain the supplies as per customer needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On behalf of Fafai, I would like to extend our gratitude to Deepak Uncle and the rest of the Sufi team for joining us today. Thank you, sir. Our next session will begin at 12:30 p.m. with Firmanish. Good afternoon once again to all our viewers. Thank you for joining us on the auspicious day of Gudi Padwa. Our next session will be hosted by Firmenich. Firmenich is the world's largest privately owned perfume and taste company, founded in Geneva in 1895 and has been family owned for 126 years. Firmenich is a leading business-to-business company operating primarily in the fragrance and taste market, specialized in the research, creation, manufacture, and sale of perfumes, flavors, and ingredients. Renowned for its world-class research and creativity, as well as its leadership in sustainability, Firmenich offers its customers superior innovation in formulation, a broad and high-quality palette of ingredients, and state-of-the-art technologies, including biotechnology, encapsulation, olfactory science, and taste modulation. We are honored to have with us Mr. Satish Rao, Chairman and Managing Director of Firmenich India. Mr. Rao has spearheaded the India business since joining in 2016, taking Firmenich to the leadership position in India. He is a proven business leader both in consumer and B2B industries with a solid background in sales, marketing, and general management. Welcome, Mr. Rao. Over to you to begin the session.
Sir, your mic is on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
So on this eve of Hindu New Year, let me wish all my friends all over the world a very, very happy Gudi Padwa for our friends from Maharashtra. Happy Yugadi for all our friends in Karnataka, Telangana, and Andhra. Happy Chaitra Navratri to all our friends in Northern India. And Ramadan Kareem to all our friends all over the world. So with this, let me begin my short introduction to Firmenich. I'm sure all of you in this forum needs no introduction of Firmenich. So let me begin with the first. Let me move the slide. Looks like there is a bit of technological glimpse here. Just give me a minute. Okay, so let's quickly go through what's Firmenich all about. So extremely pleased to share that Firmenich, though it's 126-year-old company, it has all the DNA of a startup company because it started as a startup in Geneva in the year 1895 from actually the garage of our founders, Charles Firmenich. That's how this company began and continues to be a privately held company. It's the largest privately held perfume and taste company in the world with its headquartered in Geneva. So what do? If I had to put this in a simple capsule, there are three divisions which comprises Firmenich. The first one is perfumery, which consists of fine fragrance and consumer fragrance. Ingredients, where it has naturals and molecules. And taste and beyond, which basically is all the amazing flavors going into the food industry consisting of beverages, sweet goods, and savory. So friends, if there are three things I would love you to remember about Firmenich, these are the three things. What is that which makes up Firmenich? I think this is a very classic way of positioning Firmenich. First and foremost, it's known for performance. At the end of the day, as a company which is obliged to all its stakeholders, performance counts. And very glad to say that we are the industry leader in fragrance and taste. The second one is the world-class science. This is a company which is basically a research and technology company. It's basically leveraging science for the best of its customers. This is what makes Firmenich what it is all about. And most important, it's also known for the way we operate in this world. We are known for our sustainability. We are known for how we operate our business. It is indeed a 4.3 billion Swiss franc revenue company. And I'm not going to read out all of them. I'm sure it's there in the slides. It's #1 privately owned fragrance and taste company. And very important, that's what I said. This is basically a research and development company, which also happens to market our products in the world of fragrance, ingredients, and taste and beyond. No wonder that one of our early R&D scientists is a Nobel laureate in the year 1939, speaks highly about our DNA of this organization. One of the very few companies which still invest 10% of our annual revenues in R&D, which speaks high about research and development orientation of this amazing company. Now, as I said, it's equally important about what part of the business, which is performance, results, and how we service our customers. Equally important is the how part of the business. How do we conduct business? This is truly an absolutely responsible corporate citizen from all angles. ESG is the way of ours doing business. When you look at the climate change and embracing nature, we are one of the only 2 companies in the world to be AAA certified CDP company for 4 consecutive years. All our plants across the world operate now on 100% renewable electricity. Wow, what a way to go. In terms of ESG risk rating, we are one of the top 1 percentile of the companies. Out of 15,000 companies which have been evaluated, we are in the top 1%, and we are the first in our F&F industry. When you talk about the gender certification, we are globally EDGE certified, as you know, which is the ultimate certification body in the world. And in terms of how inclusive this company is, it speaks for itself. We are EcoVadis Platinum certified as a company. Speaks volumes about the kind of company we are here. But why am I telling this? Because when each one of you partner with a company like Firmenich, you get everything in one package. You get, of course, amazing product. You get great research and technology product. But at the same time, you'll be proud to partner with a company like Firmenich, which is known for its topmost ethical ways of working and also being good to the community in which we thrive. And above all, we are a company which believes in nurturing the nature. So with this, I hand over to our next presenter, Mr. Shabir, to take on the stage. Over to you, Shabir.
Thank you, Satish, for your wonderful introduction. Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. I'm Shabir Bismillah from Firmenich Ingredients, India. I welcome you all to this Sharing Innovation 2022 presentation by the Ingredients Division. Firmenich is one of the leading global fragrance and taste company. We manufacture ingredients for fragrances and flavors, both synthetics and naturals, from pink pepper oil to products manufactured by white biotech process. Our ingredients are cornerstone of all our creations and the foundation of a lasting success. Our ingredients play a key role in our success. We would like to share with you what happens at Firmenich Ingredients. Enjoy this clip.
Nature is a much better chemist than we'll ever be, and in fact, most of our iconic ingredients were inspired by nature. Nature really guides our research and innovation. nature helps us decide what molecules to make and how to make it.
La recherche, c'est comme un marathon qui ne s'arrête jamais. Chez Firmenich, chercher, trouver et améliorer sans cesse sont des constantes qui font notre force.
Tous les parfumeurs du monde ont travaillé au moins une fois avec nos produits. Ça fait 120 ans que nous sommes pionniers dans le développement d'ingrédients, par notre plateforme historique de synthèse, sur l'extraction de produits naturels et sur la biotechnologie. À tous les niveaux de notre innovation, que ce soit la recherche, le développement ou l'industrialisation de nos produits, notre préoccupation a été depuis toujours de réduire l'impact industriel de nos activités en nous appuyant sur les principes de chimie verte.
Tous les ans, nous évaluons plus de 2000 molécules, mais au final, seules 4 seront introduites après plusieurs années de développement. Trouver des nouvelles molécules, c'est facile. Ce qui est difficile, c'est de trouver des molécules originales tout en respectant l'environnement.
I think what makes us stand out from our competition is our green game. This is Firmenich's commitment to introducing only ingredients with a low environmental impact into our palette.
Quand je compose un parfum, le but c'est d'aller toucher l'émotion. Et cette émotion, elle n'est véhiculée qu'à travers les molécules et les produits naturels. Les molécules apportent la modernité à la fragrance, alors que le produit naturel apporte la poésie. Et après, c'est tout l'art du parfumeur de savoir les assembler pour composer le parfum le plus harmonieux possible.
L'innovation en produits naturels est la combinaison de savoir-faire de sourcing des matières premières qu'on va sourcer d'une manière durable et la mise en œuvre de techniques d'extraction qu'on va pouvoir combiner avec les expertises de Firmenich, notamment en biotech.
La création d'un parfum, c'est simplement du voyage et de l'émotion. Cette émotion, ça part de la terre jusqu'au produit final. La force de Firmenich, c'est qu'on est capable de développer des produits naturels sur 3 valeurs. La première, le sourcing, donc collaborer avec les gens qui cultivent les plantes à parfum. La deuxième, c'est de savoir transformer les produits de l'état de laboratoire jusqu'à un état industriel. Et la troisième, c'est que ces produits naturels sont développés par un parfumeur pour des parfumeurs. Et ça, pour moi, c'est ce qui rend Firmenich unique. L'iris, c'est quoi, l'iris italien?
Oui, absolument.
Côté un petit peu terreux qui me plaît.
Et en même temps assez plein de l'absolu.
I came to be a biologist because it's really the study of life. At Firmenich, we have a passion for innovation, which allows us to work across teams of biotech, naturals, and molecules to develop new ingredients for our palette.
Ce qui est vraiment absolument génial dans notre société, c'est d'avoir accès à un pool de savoir-faire de chaque spécialiste qui forme un groupe un peu semblable à une sorte d'université des savoirs dédiés au parfum.
What is great in this business is that in perfumery that we can mix the science and emotion.
The use of new technologies and digitalization is crucial for Firmenich to remain the leader in innovation.
Firmenich accepte ce défi du temps long du développement et le met en œuvre à grande échelle pour tous nos ingrédients qu'on va développer d'une manière éthique afin de constituer le plus beau portefeuille de produits possible.
Even in our science, we remember we're delivering an emotion.
And this has really helped us to create a palette that's unique, performing, modern, sustainable, but above all, full of emotions.
Believe you all must have enjoyed this inspiring clip. With many recent acquisitions since last 5 years, the recent being DRT ingredients acquisition, Firmenich is introducing many upcycled ingredients in the panel. Upcycling is deriving value from waste material, byproducts, while impacting the environment in a positive way. Firmenich is focusing on upcycled ingredients in a sustainable way. Let me give an example here. Firmenich processes the upcycled turpentine extracted from paper industry to produce value-added products like entambered dihydromercinol, specialty woody molecules. Also, pure and natural citrus specialties from various citrus fruit tonalities. Our innovation is not limited to molecules and processes. Harnessing our digital technology, we have launched a digital traceability app, Path to Farm. This digital app helps the sourcing team to source natural ingredients from soil to factory. We transparently fix are responsible in an ethical and traceable value chain in this new and innovative Path to Farm app. This platform is active for all natural ingredients from 3 key sourcing countries: vanilla from Madagascar, the cardamom and spice oils from Guatemala, and the floral extracts from India. As every year, Firmenich Ingredients promote and introduce path-breaking innovative ingredients. Taking this opportunity, our principal perfumer, François Raphael Balestra, is delighted to present his insight on collection of our Sharing Innovation 2022 ingredients. François Raphael is a creative perfumer and director of our ingredients division based at Geneva. He has more than 20 years experience in perfume creation with global exposure and works in collaboration with our R&D team on the discovery of new perfumery ingredients, synthetic and the biotech ingredients.
Hi everyone, I'm François Raphael Balestra, perfumer working at Firmenich in Geneva. And besides my creation activity, I'm also collaborating with our R&D to develop new molecules for perfumery. And today, I'm very happy to be able to share with you 3 new ingredients that we are launching to market. The first ingredient is Mugissimo. That's the latest addition to our Beyond Muguet collection. You might be aware of the fact that the suffix issimo in Italian means very much. So basically, Mugissimo is a very muguet, very lily of the valley ingredient with fresh, dewy, watery and soft anisic undertones. We made it available to our perfumer internally since last year, and it's very unusual that we share with the market such a recent ingredient. But the feedback that we received from our perfumers internally was so positive that we decided to launch it now. My colleagues told me that this ingredient has the ability to make any kind of fragrance bloom with a fresh, natural, floral effect. So just try it, you will see. I think it's very easy to use and it's also very versatile. The second ingredient is Sylvamber. This ingredient is made and was launched by DRT in 2010. And since DRT acquisition in 2020 by Firmenich, it's now part of our catalog of ingredients. As you might know, DRT core activity is around valorization of pine trees derivatives. So Sylvamber is a renewable ingredient. Its name comes from Silva in Latin, which means forest, and amber. To me, it's a very faceted ingredient. It's almost like a fragrance. It's like a concentrated version of very well-known ingredients such as Antamber. It is more intense, more performing, so I think it's a no-brainer to use. The third and last molecule I'd like to share with you today is Z11HG. This one was launched in 2018 and is a new version of our iconic Z11, which was launched in 1961. I don't know if you're aware of the origin of the name, but Z stands for Zurich, and 11 because that was the 11th prototype. And why Zurich? Because we developed this molecule with a collaboration of the Federal Institute of Technology based in Zurich. In this case, HD stands for high definition. Why high definition?
because this new quality is 3 times more concentrated in the best isomer of Z11. And this ingredient is made by biotechnology, so it's 100% renewable, and by the way, it's also biodegradable. So thanks to its superior performance, it is even more competitive than the regular Z11. To me, it's a very sensual and very long-lasting woody note that can be added to any kind of fragrance. And by the way, Z11 HD blends very well with the previous molecule I shared with you, the Sylvamber. That's all I wanted to share with you today. I hope you will like those ingredients as much as we appreciate them internally, and that those ingredients will help you create wonderful fragrances. So thank you for your attention. Take care and bye-bye.
Believe you must have enjoyed Francois' presentation on the Sharing Innovation 2022 ingredients. Now let us move on to the natural ingredients collection of the Sharing Innovation 2022. Rose Damascena ferrare is a natural floral rose extract made from cold concentration of the water-soluble volatile fractions present in the Bulgarian water. The natural extract has a floral rosy, spicy and middle notes with a balsamic undertone. Rose Damascena ferrare is very fresh, almost resembling a Audi rose fragrance with lychee hints. This ingredient was internally introduced in year 2016 and is produced at a Grasse, France facility. The process of cold concentration has a low carbon footprint. It is a sustainable process with very low energy consumption. The second natural ingredient, Vanilla planifolia Madagascar, is an infusion extract newly introduced in year 2020. This natural vanilla infusion is sweet vanillin with woody, creamy profile. Although more like there are 110 varieties of vanilla orchids which exist. Only 2 are commercially significant and processed by Firmenich, which is Vanilla planifolia and Vanilla thaethensis. We are launching this ingredient to extend you our selection of vanilla profiles and deliver very cost-effective vanilla extracts based on Part to Farm program, meaning full traceability and transparency. We are pleased to share with you our tentative price of this ingredient showcase to you. Do connect with our Firmenich ingredients distributors for your valuable requirements. Do share your questions. We'll be glad to answer them to you. Thank you, participants, for joining us. Believe you enjoyed this session.
Thank you very much, Shabir Bhai and the rest of the Firmenich team. Shabir Bhai, we have a question from the audience. Can you give some insights regarding the new version of Z11? How does it compare in performance with the older version?
Yes, the new Z11 HD. HD stands for high definition. This ingredient is has a 3 times more powerful isomer than the regular Z11. And this is a white biotech process molecule. I hope this answers your question.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Shabir Bhai. We don't have any more questions from the audience. If any closing remarks, I leave it to you.
Okay. If you have any more questions, you can share it with us. We'll be glad to answer to you.
Sure. A note to the audience, if you have any questions for Firmenich at a later stage too, please send them across to us and the Firmenich team will get back to you in due course. On behalf of Fafai, I would like to thank the entire team of Firmenich, firstly for a wonderful presentation, and secondly for joining us today and extending your support for the event for the second year in a row. Thank you very much, Shabir Bhai, Snehal, and Mr. Satish Rao.
Thank you. Thank you, Krish. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. We shall break for lunch now, and we'll resume the sessions at 2 p.m. with Mamta Polycodes. In the meanwhile, I do request the audience to visit the sponsors hall as and when you have time. We have 7 sponsors for the event today, and you shall get to know more about their company in the sponsors hall. Thank you.
Pratik sir. Hello. Pratik sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, sir. Sir, you can do the demo run if you want to do it once.
Yeah.
Just remove this just for a second. Yes, sir. You can just share the screen once.
Yes, fine. This
आपने share sound click किया?
Share sound कहाँ click करना है वही
सर
मैं
वही share के समय इसको आप फिर से stop sharing कीजिए. आप share screen पे जब click कर रहे हैं आपके सामने जो window खुल रहा है, select a window or an application that you want to share.
Okay, fine. Understood.
Yes. Sir.
Fine. Done.
Okay, sir.
अभी मैं stop share कर देता हूँ.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So much.
Yes.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to all of you. For those of you who are just joining us, I would like to explain once again certain features of the website. The agenda and speakers page, which you can access via the lobby area, has the agenda for today's event. You will find information on all the companies and speakers who shall be hosting conference sessions. On the downloads page, you will find the exhibitors directory of the virtual bazaar. Please download it to read more about the companies that are participating in today's event. And please do make it a point to visit the sponsors hall to get to know the 7 companies that are sponsoring today's event. You may interact with them through the video chat option, and also you may view their company brochures and corporate videos. Our next session hosted by Mamta Polycoach will begin soon at 2 p.m. Good afternoon once again to all our viewers. Thank you all for joining us today at the second edition of the Fafai Virtual Bazaar. Hope you had a good lunch and are ready for the second half of the Virtual Bazaar. Our next session will be hosted by Mamta Polycoats. Mamta Polycoats is a leading manufacturer and exporter of non-toxic and eco-friendly citric acid esters, mainly triethyl citrate, tributyl citrate for flavors and fragrances, and adipate esters, mainly diisopropyl adipate for cosmetics and personal care. Their focus on quality and cost competitiveness has helped them to establish a global presence and become the partner of choice for most of the largest multinationals and the biggest brands of the world today. Joining us today from Mamta Polycoats is Mr. Pratik Shah. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Over to you to begin the session.
Thank you, Krish, for this wonderful opportunity. Am I audible, Krish?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Namaste. Good afternoon. Wish you all a very happy Gudi Padwa, Chaitra Navratri, Ugadi, Baisakhi. I am Pratik Shah from Mamta Polycoats. On behalf of the team Mamta Polycoats, I extend my greetings to all our viewers. First of all, I would like to thank the Fafai Managing Committee for giving us this opportunity today for the second consecutive year. Next, I would like to compliment the team that has been working tirelessly for bringing us this virtual arrangement. I will first begin with a short corporate film of our company, which we have launched today on this auspicious day, followed by a brief introduction of our company and the products we carry. Hope you enjoy our presentation and find it worthy of spending your valuable time. After the presentation, you may refer your queries to us by email or phone call. It will be our pleasure to respond to you on the same. Without wasting more time, let me begin with the presentation and first our corporate film. Yes, Mamta Polycoats. So I begin with our corporate film of the company, which we have launched today. Krish, are you able to see the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Please.
Ingenuity and innovation are the key ingredients of success at Mamta Polycoats. Driven by the scientists at the helm, Mamta Polycoats is the leading manufacturer and exporter of many non-toxic, eco-friendly and biodegradable naturally derived ingredients for flavor and fragrances, cosmetics, personal care, pharmaceuticals, and various other industrial applications. With sustainability ingrained in corporate strategy, our state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities are benchmarked with global ethical standards like SEDEX, SMETA 4-pillar audited company. And from EcoVadis, we have been awarded bronze medal for highest sustainability ratings. We are a member of Carbon Disclosure Project. Our best-in-class manufacturing facilities are equipped with 150 kilowatt solar panels, green plantations, a large storage facility to store up to 800 kiloliters of raw materials and finished products. Being a sustainable manufacturer, we shifted our fuel requirements from petroleum to agro-waste. At Mamta Polycoats, we are committed to create an endearing relationship with all our key stakeholders, employees, clients, and our value chain partners. At Mamta Polycoats, we are resolute in our vision to be a reliable quality partner to the global chemical industry and contribute towards achieving sustainable development goals.
Well, I hope you have enjoyed our video, which gives a brief description or brief overview of our company, Mamta Polycoats. And I would like to introduce our company, Mamta Polycoats. This company we founded in 2007, and our main products include citric acid and adipate acid esters, which are used for cosmetics, personal care, flavors and fragrance, and pharmaceuticals. We are a team with 30 plus years of experience in developing specialty chemicals. This is our management team. You might have seen us in the video too. Myself, Pratik Shah, Mr. Vipin Shah, and Dr. Nilesh Dixit, sir. The journey so far, friends, very proud to share with you. We started in 2007, and in this journey, we have expanded from 1,200 metric tons per annum to 6,000 metric tons per annum, with the new office building coming up in 2020. Also, we had certain sustainability global standards like SEDEX Meta 4-pillar audit being done, bronze medal from EcoVadis, and CDP membership in this journey so far. Yes, this is just an overview. This is the new building which you saw in our video. And yes, the mission and vision statements of our company, we want to build long-lasting relationships with our employees, customers, partners, and we want to be a reliable quality partner. The products, which is of the main interest for this presentation. Triethyl citrate, which is our flagship product. Other products include acetyl triethyl citrate, tributyl citrate, triisopropyl adipate, and acetyl tributyl citrate. This is the product of interest, which we are manufacturing and exporting almost all the top 10 FNF industries, as well as many other small FNF manufacturers. The advantages includes non-toxic, biodegradable, eco-friendly active ingredient. It's an excellent solvent, diluent, and fixative by the perfumery industry, by all perfumery. It is a versatile ingredient, and it mixes with almost all flavor and fragrances, and hence it is widely used in the FNF industry. It enhances long-lasting properties of the perfume. Hence, friends, this is, as I said, it's a very good solvent for the FNF industry. There are various other applications of our flagship product. Other applications include it has an antibacterial property, and hence inhibits the enzymatic decomposition of the sweat components in deodorants. Secondly, it also has a very good property in organic and UV filters. Basically, it gives better dispersion property in insoluble organic UV filters. Already I explained it's a very good solvent for the perfume industry. Other applications is also used in the food industry, such as flavors, sports and energy drinks, etc., feeds and pet foods, etc. The next product what we have is tributyl citrate. Yes, this is an excellent replacement for phthalates, basically dibutyl phthalates. This product is basically used in the cosmetic industry. It is an effective plasticizer for biodegradable polymers used in the nail varnish industry, also used in the food packaging applications. Both our products, that is triethyl citrate and tributyl citrate, we are REACH registered. And for triethyl citrate, we are the lead. We have the registration of greater than 1,000 metric tons per annum. This is another product for the cosmetic industry. It's a non-oily emollient. It is called as diisopropyl adipate. It is used in the modern sun care formulation, in aftershave lotions, colognes, bath oils, etc. Another product, acetyl triethyl citrate. This is basically used, it's a versatile citric acid ester, and it's used in the pharmaceutical applications, in enteric coating tablets. strengths. Very proud to share with you. We have a very good research and development team headed by our Dr. Nilesh Dixit with various chemists under him. We bring together passionate talent and technology. You must have seen in the video. As far as quality control is concerned, we analyze all the raw materials, testing products before dispatch, and as well as we test all the finished products before dispatch, and also we test all the raw materials in-house. We have a very good infrastructure, 15,000 square meters of land. You must have seen in the video. Very good R&D and QC, plant, etc. etc. Customer list. Very proud to share with you. We begin our works manufacturing in 2030 in a span of nearly 8 years. We're exporting to nearly 30 countries in the globe. Includes Americas, Europe, Asia, UK, etc. The list is increasing every day. Abilities. We can manage all the chemistry like esterification, rectification, alcohol, etc. We have all the plant and machineries in-house, utilities as well as QC instruments. Proud to share with you. We recently had FSSC 22000 registration from Bureau Veritas, which is a global food safety initiative standard. This we achieved for our premises. We are Cosmos certified from EcoCert. We are Star Kosher certified. We are FDA registered, and we are REACH compliant. These are all the quality certifications we have. Sustainability certification. Proud to share with you. We recently had SMETA 4-pillar audited company, second time from Bureau Veritas being conducted. And yes, we can always share the billing rights to all our customers when they require the same. Another achievement was we received bronze medal from EcoVadis. And this year, our team is constantly working hard so that this rating can go high. We are a member of CDP, Carbon Disclosure Project. SSC 22000. You must be aware about the system, so I will not go deep into it. All these are incorporated with us, like ISO 22000, FSMS, FSSAI, and GXI requirements. Meta 4-pillar audit, as I said, you must be aware, but yes, we have taken care of all the 4 pillars of SMETA, right from labor standards, health and safety, business. And we are constantly working on ethical trading initiative parts. Providers. Yes, we are working on all the 21 sustainability criteria, trying to improve ourselves, which is the need of the hour. Recently, we became a member of CDP, Carbon Disclosure Project. You might be aware, it's the only independent global system which thousands of companies measure, disclose, manage, and share vital information, environmental information. We have also shared this data to CDP. And yes, we will be coming with a sustainability report very soon for the CDP. As I said, for the flagship product, triethyl citrate, we are REACH registered greater than 1,000 metric tons per annum. Proud to share with you all, we had sustainability targets for 2021, which we have achieved. Like we incorporated rainwater harvesting system in our premises. And yes, that installation is already being done. Another target we had for save energy, that also we have achieved. We have successfully installed 150 kilowatt solar rooftop system in our premises. And now we are using solar energy as a primary source. We are saving electricity by nearly 80% of our production. This Also, we have achieved safe fuel. As you must have seen in the video, we have shifted from petroleum to agro-based biomass briquettes. And a significant reduction in air pollution, especially SOx, is observed. Green revolution. We believe in green chemistry. Our manufacturing process is absolutely zero effluent water discharge. CSR activity. Just not procurement and selling our product. Very important to do CSR activity. Like other companies, we also believe in this. Regularly, we do a lot of CSR activities in nearby villages, as well as during COVID also, we have distributed food packets. Outreach. Friends, yes, we regularly visit all our clients, though small the client may be. We try to be present at all exhibitions and trade shows. As we are present in the Fafai virtual Bazaar, we have a booth in Cosmetics Global Paris, which is next week, 5th to 7th April. We also have a booth in the World Perfumery Congress 2022 at Miami, Florida, USA. We invite you to visit our booth. Thank you so much for your valuable time and interest. Thank you so much, all my friends, for viewing this presentation. Any queries you have, I'm here to answer your queries. Thank you so much, Krish. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pratik. We don't have any questions as yet from the audience. We do, however, have a comment for you, which says that congratulations on phenomenal growth in such a short span of time. So if you
Thank you so much. That comment is absolutely, overwhelming for us and inspiration, because, these kind of comments inspire you to grow much better than what the growth is as of now.
Yes, absolutely. If any other questions, please do post them. Otherwise, as mentioned by Mr. Pratik, do send across your queries to Mamta Polycodes and they will surely revert to you soon.
Just have a message to say all our viewers, whenever any queries you have, please drop us an email or you can also call us. And we believe in a green revolution. So all your queries and SME will be solved, as well as if you have any interest in our products, please send us your inquiries. And thank you so much, Krish, once again, for giving us a chance the second time for presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a pleasure, sir. Our sincere gratitude to Mr. Pratik and the entire team at Mamta Polycodes for joining us for the second year in a row. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Krish. Thank you, Fafai.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you. We will begin our next session with Biolands at 2:30 p.m. In the meanwhile, I do encourage the audience to have a look at the sponsors hall, wherein you will find all the information regarding the 7 sponsors for today's event, and you may interact with them using video chat option as well. Before we begin the next session at 2:30 p.m., quickly, Mr. Pratik has requested to show the video once again because we had certain disturbances during the video. Mr. Pratik, please proceed. If you can play the video once again.
Yes, I'm just sharing it, right?
Yeah.
Ingenuity and innovation are the key ingredients of success at Mamta Polycoats. Driven by the scientists at the helm, Mamta Polycoats is the leading manufacturer and exporter of many non-toxic, eco-friendly and biodegradable naturally derived ingredients for flavor and fragrances, cosmetics, personal care, pharmaceuticals, and various other industrial applications. With sustainability ingrained in corporate strategy, our state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities are benchmarked with global ethical standards like SEDEX, SMETA 4-pillar audited company. And from EcoVadis, we have been awarded bronze medal for highest sustainability ratings. We are a member of Carbon Disclosure Project. Our best-in-class manufacturing facilities are equipped with 150 kilowatt solar panels. Green plantations, a large storage facility to store up to 800 kiloliters of raw materials and finished products. Being a sustainable manufacturer, we shifted our fuel requirements from petroleum to agro-waste. At Mamta Polycoats, we are committed to create an endearing relationship with all our key stakeholders, employees, clients, and our value chain partners. At Mamta Polycoats, we are resolute in our vision to be a reliable quality partner to the global chemical industry and contribute towards achieving sustainable development goals.
Thank you, Krish.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon once again to all our viewers. Our next session today is hosted by Biolance. The Biolance Group is an independent, family-owned French company whose core activity is the production of aromatic plant extracts for professionals in the beauty, well-being, and nutrition sectors. Since it was founded by Dominique Coutier in the late 1970s, the group has diversified greatly and expanded around the world. Fafai is thankful to Biolance for joining the Fafai Virtual Bazaar once again this year. Joining us today from Biolance is Mr. Benoit Lemont. Over to you, sir, to begin your session.
Thank you, Krish. Yes, thank you, Krish, for the introduction. I would like to first express my gratitude to the Fafai organization for allowing me to give you a short presentation on naturals. Thank you all for attending this presentation, which will deal with upcycling, recycling, and recovery of industrial products. So let me share my screen. Can you see it?
Yes, it's visible.
Perfect. In a world where the need to preserve energy resources is paramount, we are no longer recycle, we upcycle. Upcycling is an emerging practice that enhances used objects and or products by giving them a new qualitative life. This is one of the strong strains of the circular economy. In concrete terms, the idea is to recover materials or products that are no longer used to create objects or products of superior quality. When we upcycle, we in fact reuse. The term upcycling appeared for the first time in the mid-90s. Rainer Plitz was an ex-engineer turned into interior designer, contrasted traditional recycling, which destroys everything, and which he calls downcycling, with upcycling, so that unused products gain value instead losing. The positive impact on the environment is unsurprisingly the first benefit. Indeed, the principle is to reuse, avoid waste, and reduce waste production. The concept also appeals to creativity by stimulating our neurons to find a new use for a given object. It also encourages the creation of unique objects or limited series. Let's see how this concept has been applied since the creation of violence in our business, which is the extraction of plants to serve our aroma and perfume industry. We will distinguish three variations of upcycling. First, create added values to core product productions by using the unused part of the plants. And we'll take the example of pine. Second, we will describe how we can use byproducts from other industries. And on third, we will describe how we use byproducts which are generated during the production process. So let's start with the first one. To do this and to explain how upcycling is closely linked to the DNA of our company, it's worth going back to the origin of the creation of the company Biolance. Biolance was established in the middle of a very large pine forest based in southwest part of France. The history of this forest dates back to 1850, when at this time, this region was a swampy, uncultivable, and sparsely populated area. Napoleon III decided to develop the area by building a vast network of drainage channels and planting pine trees, which was at that time the only forest species capable to grow in this area. This region, which today has more than 1 million hectares of pine tree, has developed on the basis of the use of resins for the production of turpentine and rosin, and on the wood industry with the development of numerous sawmills and paper manufacturing plants. Biolance was created 40 years ago on a simple idea: to create value with byproducts from the pine forest industry. We first used the sawdust from the wood industry to burn it and to make the steam needed for the distillation. And then we collect the branches that remain on the ground after the wood cutting to extract and distill the needles to get the essential oils and the pine absolute. Then we valorize the bark first by sorting it to sell it as much bark for parks and gardens, but also by producing an extract which is rich in polyphenols and which is now sold as a powerful antioxidant agent that can be used as natural active extracts in food supplementation. From the outset, Biolance has been offering an essential oils of Pinus pinaster obtained by steam distillation that can be used in compositions mainly for its powerful terpene top notes, which boosts functional perfumery compositions and home fragrances with a green woody note. But we also produce an interesting pine absolute through solvent extractions, which is unique ingredients in the formulations of Fougère Accord for perfumes because of its tremors and woody scents looking like fresh cut pine wood scent. We will see this ingredient in a formula later on. With these various byproducts of the forest industry in hand, we have developed 2 other extracts made with byproducts coming from other industries nearby us. We'll first see our Oakmoss Absolute. France is well known for its prestigious wines and exceptional liqueurs. We are located not far from the Bordeaux vineyards and in the heart of the Armagnac liqueur production. So it was only natural for us to take an interest in the residues from the productions of barrels and other casks. This industry, which is well represented near our production site, transforms oak staves into barrels. The manufacturing process generates sawdust from multi-century-old French oak wood, selected from exclusive manufacturer of barrels in the most beautiful forest of central France. Once extracted and transformed into absolute, this oak wood has a woody, tannic, slightly vanilla smell that can be found in the best barrel-aged wines. This extract will give an original licorice woody note to your patchouli or sandalwood compositions. Second example is the cedarwood extracts. In North Morocco, near Ifrane, there is the largest cedarwood forest in North Africa, growing in the foothills of the Atlas Mountains. By the way, we have a factory there, and cedar is a root-proof wood that resists attack from pests, in particular because of this high content of essential oils that protects the wood. It is used in particular to make carved doors that protect the entrance of medinas or riads. This industry also generates sawdust, and we used the sawdust, the collected sawdust, to produce by steam distillation cedarwood oil, and by solvent extraction the cedarwood absolute. The terpenic, woody, and almost animalic essential oils will be suitable for the top of your compositions to give a camphorated resinous note, when the more complex absolute will bring the warmth of wood, a note of beeswax, and will be treated to reconstitute sandalwood notes. So it's a very popular extract that we are starting to sell in India. The third way of the upcycling concept at Biolance was to create new extract from the raw material already exhausted by the steam distillation. This is the concept of the Bioabsolute. Our Bioabsolute range was born nearly 30 years ago. This range of extracts was born from the reprocessing of distilled plant to extract them with solvents. Thanks to this unique approach, we are capable now to enrich the perfumer palette because of that. If we look at the process, which is a very simple process, a raw material is first distilled to obtain the essential oils and the hydrosol. Then the exhausted raw material undergoes to a second solvent extractions, allowing us to produce a bioconcrete, which is the first steps to obtain the bioabsolute. This original process consists in extracting the heaviest molecule remaining in the raw material after the distillation. We use for that dedicated solvents. This technique has an advantage of highlighting new molecules whose effect was previously masked by the more volatile molecules. The bioabsolutes obtained in this way develop original characteristics that bring new facets to raw material. Let's take the example of the rose. We have here two comparative mirror chromatograms between, at the top, the rose bioabsolute, and at the bottom of the slide, the rose absolute. You'll see the differences of the peak. We can clearly see the expression of volatile molecules. Sorry, the volatile molecules, as you can see in the rose bioabsolute, is much less than into the rose absolute. It's understandable because into the rose absolute, you may have the more volatile part of the oil when it's completely absent in the rose bioabsolute. And the second thing, which is very interesting, is that you can see there's a larger peak of one component, which is obtained into the rose absolute, bioabsolute, and which is very in low dosages in the rose absolute. These new molecules contribute to modify the classical profile of the extracts by creating new odors, and they are probably generated during the storage of the exhausted materials before processing the rose bioabsolute, probably a fermentation. In the case of rose bioabsolute, we discover a pinkish animal scent that will go particularly well in oriental compositions where rose and agarwood have their place. Let's now take the example of Cistus bioconcrete and bioabsolute, where we replicated the same process. Surprisingly enough, in addition to the amber character of the Cistus, we discover in that extracts a woody, smoky facet. These products are widely used in agarbatis fragrances, for example, because they are also very good in burn. Let's now take the example of cypress bioabsolute. With this extract, we discover hay, balsam, and tobacco nuts that will give an original scent to the fougère core. This is far cry from the very terpenic aspect of the cypress essential oils. The same surprise with eucalyptus bioabsolute, which once it has been stripped of this cineol content, develops woody, hay, and spicy herb scents. It will be suitable for, again, fougère or sheep accords in fragrances. And finally, revelations for us last year with Sandalwood by Absolute, which brings smells of cocoa, gingerbread, which will give an original woody, sweet touch to the composition. To illustrate the use of these products from upcycling range, I now present you two fragrances. The first fragrance composition is a room fragrance composition called French Forest. This is a 100% natural home fragrance where we have used two upcycling ingredients. We use the Pine Absolute, which brings a woody note and gives a warm resinous effect that reminds the smell of pine forest in summer. We also use the Cedarwood Absolute, which plays the role of prolonging the woody cedar nut as a base note, reminiscent of the smell of cedarwood being cut. The second fragrance is a home fragrance, also a shower gel fragrance, can be used as both, called Orange. The use of Hopwood Absolute brings a rounder note at the beginning, more luxurious and more persistent. We lose the fresh citrus note to the profit of more woody and powerful evolutions that reveals the musk and boost the sandalwood and vetiver. This formula is a very excellent formula in Agarbatis application also. In conclusions, upcycling therefore has many virtues. It gives a second life to byproducts while remaining them and enhancing them and making a difference with original naturals that will sign the compositions of daring creators. This is almost the end of the presentations. I invite you to ask our exclusive distributor in India, in the person of Associate Allied Chemicals India, for any request of samples of these upcycling ingredients. And I remain at your disposal for any questions that you may have. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benoit. That was indeed very informative. We have a question from the audience. Can you please explain in terms of performance in the formulation, how is the Bi Absolute different from the regular Absolute?
I would say that because the Absolute contains some portions of oil components, the Bi Absolute it's not the case for the Bi Absolute. And then the Bi Absolutes are very useful to make the body of the compositions and the base. And that's why they started to begin very successful, because it's a new facet of the ingredients. And because they are full of heavy molecules, which we have absolutely exhausted the rest of the raw materials, and every of the flavor compounds are there, and it gives they are mainly used to shape the body of the formula.
Okay. The second question, sir, is that is a little more general. Is climate change expected to have an effect on the agricultural industry, especially from the point of view of quality of natural products?
It's a very big and tough, difficult question. There are so many different examples all over the world where you can have some global warming that it's very difficult to answer these questions. I'm presently in Madagascar, visiting our factory that we have here, and I see the things. We have a plantation of ylang ylang, which is very close by to the sea. And I would say that I see year per year the level of sea rising and affecting the border. I mean the border of our plantations, and I see few trees in a very bad shape because of the salty water that they have frequently. So this is maybe a very small example of what the global warming can affect, at least the production. I don't think it will affect soon the composition of the products, but apparently I can see that, and I can see it because I was visiting the field this morning, that the sea level going flooding the field time to time is affecting the trees.
Okay. Well, on behalf of Fafai, sir, we would like to express our gratitude to you for joining us once again this year. Thank you very much for being present here today. And thank you for a very informative and lovely presentation.
Thank you, sir.
We will begin our next session with Arav at 3 p.m. Good afternoon, everyone. Our next session for today is hosted by Arav. Arav was incorporated in 2007. They make high-value impact aroma chemicals used as ingredients in the fragrance and flavor industry. They cater to the home and personal care industry, delectable flavors for bakery, confectionery, beverages, and savory. They also create unique specialty ingredients to give an edge to your creations in the fragrance industry. We are privileged to have with us today Mr. Ajit Waze, Managing Director of Arav and past President of Fafai. Ajit Uncle, it's a pleasure to have you here with us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I think you stopped my video. Could you start that?
Rahul, can you please assist?
Yeah, my video is stopped, so.
Sir, you can click on, first you can open the video and then you can click on share screen.
Yeah, I know that. Okay, now it seems to have started. Okay. Right. Are you online?
Yes, Ajit Uncle, please proceed.
Yeah. So hello and good afternoon, everybody, and happy Gudi Padwa and all the other festivals whose names, unfortunately, I don't know. So have a good happy new year. I'm here to talk about our ingredients. So without wasting too much time, I'll take you straight to the presentation. Right. So Arav Ingredients, the story starts in 2016 when Arav as a company was producing enough, let me call it disposable income to invest in backward integration. So we said we should start making ingredients. The reason for doing that was, one is to strengthen the base for our fragrance and flavor ingredients. And the second was that we wanted to build a independent fine chemicals business, independent from the fragrance and flavor unit, which can then grow independently as time goes by. With this in mind, we started the spade work for Arav Ingredients in 2016. And we decided to take the long way around in the sense that we would want to invest in building abilities rather than going to the market straight away. So some of the things that we did, our philosophy was that first we invested in building strengths in basic research and process development. So the strengths that we have built over the last 5-6 years now, one is organic synthesis. We have strong strengths in organic synthesis, product development. So we can actually take a molecule and figure out how to make it in a new and exciting and inexpensive ways. We have a process development. So we have a good chemical engineering team now, which can develop the process. We have investments in separation technologies, things like distillation, crystallization, which are also necessary for product purification. And we have analytical skills, GC-MSS, GCs, things like that. We have a very chemistry-driven division. We make complex products with very rigorous olfactory profiles and a strong focus on isomer ratios and impurity profiles. This is required because unless you have a very good control on your isomer ratios and on your impurity profiles while making the ingredient, you cannot actually control the quality from batch to batch. And our initial focus was very strongly on being able to build very consistent quality into our products right at the research stage. The second thing that we focus on is in the EHS, which is environment, health, and safety. Our processes are based mostly on green chemistry. And our new plant, which is coming at Vada, is very water efficient, zero discharge. In fact, we put more water back thanks to the monsoon than we actually use in the company. The other two guiding principles of our chemistry is one is that we do multi-step processes. We don't do simple things like esterification or aldol condensation, because those do not give us any sustainable competitive edge over any period of time. They are easily done by other people. So it's not something that you can build an advantage over a long period of time. So most of our products are multi-steps. Sometimes you will see a product today which is 11 steps from start to finish. We also have invested in good olfactory control. So we have a technical perfumery team which functions as a part of the ingredients division. This of course is thanks to our perfumery schools where we can get students and we can train them ourselves. But ingredient division benefits a lot from having in-house perfumers who can then decide and ensure that the quality that you order is always the quality that you get. We don't make any commodities. Our average selling price is more than $80 a kilo. So you can imagine that we don't make anything. We don't make things which sell below 1,000 rupees for sure. And we don't make any commodities. We also have invested a lot in learning how to handle hazardous materials. So, things like magnesium or THF for Grignard reaction, sodium metal, acetylene, hydrogen, carbon monoxide. We have spent the last 5 or 6 years learning to handle these in a very safe way and training our people so that there are no problems in the plant or at the research level. What this does is gives us an ability to go back and make intermediates internally wherever feasible. To give you one of the products that we are making, talking about today, which is called Galbion. Most people would make this from an intermediate called imidone, which comes from China. But when we started making it in Ara, we decided that we will not depend on intermediates from China. So we are one of the few companies who make diamidone internally and then make products from that. So this is a philosophy which are carried through. We try to make intermediates from easily available chemical commodities wherever feasible. That reduces our dependence on intermediates from countries like China. I guess all of us will appreciate this 6-year-old policy as we go by, and the war in Ukraine and deglobalization makes supply chain issues a little more complex. Our current status, the Pune research and pilot facility was debottlenecked last year. So we added some capacity to balance our pilot plant. But the current capacity is small. It's about 80 tons per annum. The Vada production unit construction has already started. The ground floor foundations are up. Estimated start is Q1 of 2023. Probably by this time next year, we will be up and running at full capacity. Our capacity is greater than 2,400 tons per annum, which looks very small in terms of the volume. But when you multiply it by $80 a kilo, it becomes a very interesting capacity. The next one is that the very interesting thing is that we achieved financial break-even on a non-research basis this year. which means that our ingredients division is today self-sustaining. Of course, we spend close to 5 crores a year on on research, and all of it is not covered by profits yet. But hopefully 2022-23, we should be able to break even on a full basis. So now let's go to what has been happening since the last promotion, which we did last year. Some of the things which I would like to point out are: one is that the following products have been approved by global MNCs, more than one, in fact, and sales of significant volumes have started already. These include arbrenol, which is our name for a norlimbanol type molecule, oxathine, which is oxane, rubaxolone, and transferred ethanol. These products have been successful. They have been approved globally, and we have been shipping regular quantities of these products. We have received great support from Indian fragrance manufacturers for arbrenol. So a big thank you from all of us at Arrow for that. We are now shipping more than a ton per month for arbrenol, which is not bad for the second year of manufacturing. So thank you all of you who have been buying arbrenol, especially those who have been buying in barrels. A second big thank you. Another thing which has been happening is we have introduced a new schema within the company, because the research has been started working very well over the last 2 or 3 years. A lot of learning has taken place, and we have had an extremely efficient research group built up. One of the problems of a efficient research group is that you end up with too many products. So we now have a protocol in place where before introducing a product, we do a cost benefit analysis to users, which means that at a certain price at which you would introduce it, if the users do not get a benefit from using it, then we don't introduce the product at all. The philosophy is that if we have a ingredient in the market, the perfumers who use the ingredient should be able to make a good profit from using that ingredient. And if the pricing is such that they are not able to do that, then we don't sell the ingredient. Currently, about 1/4 of the ingredients that we make their way to the market. Most of the others are either sold directly to large customers or are used as in-house specialties. So you can be assured that whenever Arrow goes out and promotes a new ingredient to you, somebody in the company the perfumers have done a in-depth cost benefit analysis, and they're sure that it will add benefit to your creations. We are looking at 4 new products in this new promotion cycle starting next month. And I'll quickly take you through those products so that you are aware of what is coming. The first product I would like to look at is called lilbutenol. Lilbutenol is a lily of the valley, muge. With the recent restrictions on IFRA on Lilial and Lyral, in fact, Lilial is not allowed on the skin products in Europe anymore. There has been a lot of interest on lily of the valley materials which can be used to replace this. The biggest molecule which is used, of course, is fluorol or pyranol from BSF. But to modify pyranol into the required profile, you need strong lily of the valley materials. And Arrow is happy to present this material, which is a lily of the valley muge. It is a powerful fresh floral muge aldehyde with sweet, aquatic, and waxy nuances. As I discussed, it is effective in Lilial or Lyral replacements. If anybody wants to know how to make these well, you can write to me and I'll be happy to share demo formulations for this. It is a middle note floralizer. It works across the entire middle note, right into the top note, where it gives a very delicate freshness. Dosages range from 0.1 to up to 5%, depending on what you're making. It works very well at 0.2 to 0.5%. That is really its home, where it performs the best. It has excellent depth. One of the problems with molecules like fluorol or many of the new ones that you're seeing is that a lot of them have been designed for transparency. And you don't get this heavy depth that we need in our products because of our weather and because of local taste. And lil butanol, in spite of being an aquatic material, has an incredible depth. So it's very good to add for adding body and texture to fragrances. It has sweet waxy nuances, which is valuable in flowers like magnolias, frangipanis, those kind of flowers, and an aquatic character which is useful in muguets, water lilies, cyclamens, and lilies. You can imagine with this kind of fresh floral muguet thing, it's actually very useful in all kinds of applications, fine fragrance for sure, but also in personal care, personal wash being extremely important. It performs very well in things like shower gel, face washes, skin care, moisturizing lotions, things like that. It's very good in fabric care because it has a fantastic volume on wet and dry cloth. And of course, in household, in air care, air freshness, room freshness is great. And agarbatti, of course, it's very, very good in agarbatti. So, and it blends very well with citrus fresh. It's great in limes or lemons, and also very well with woody notes such as sandalwood or isoi. So that's lil butanol for you. Exciting molecule. I shall be happy to show it to you in the coming months. The next molecule which we are looking at is called galbe-1. Incidentally, many of you know lil butanol as Dupical. It was an old Quest product which was then Jivoda. So you know this, but the interesting thing about lil butanol is that the price is about, I think, about 40% of what the market price is. So you can use it in very, very different ways. The next molecule we are going to talk about is galbe-1, which is really Dynascone, which all of you know from, which is a great molecule originally made by Firmenich. Arav has its own galbe-1, excellent quality, very clean. This is a fresh, green, fruity molecule, extraordinarily powerful. I'm sure you have heard the story before, but this molecule was discovered as an impurity in Damascone synthesis. And even at trace levels in Damascone, it was able to change the olfactory profile of Damascone. Now, those who are familiar with the strength of Damascone themselves will have a good understanding of just how powerful this molecule is. So it needs to be used with care. It's galbanum, pineapple, floral, narcissus, and hyacinth. And its most important use is that it has extraordinary volume. It's absolutely tremendous volume. So if you take something like, let's say, Rin detergent bar, and you start washing your clothes with it, which I am sure none of you do, but try once in a while, the enormous, floral green note you get, which is basically envelopes, is mostly because of a molecule like galbe-1. So it has extraordinary volume in functional products, in fine fragrances. It's one of the key elements in fragrances like cool water, for example. So a very important molecule. We have an isomer ratio of 70 alpha and 30 beta. So of the total galbe-1 present in the molecule, 70% would be alpha and 30% beta, which is the standard percentages. This molecule has a monster performance. It has fantastic volume, as I described, very good diffusivity. It spreads very, very quickly, and a good impact also. One of the tricks to using this is that it doesn't have too much of a top note. Stays very much in the middle note. So it's normally used with other similar materials which will help it in continuing it to the top note. So things like the allyl esters in detergent, allyl cyclohexyl propionate or allyl heptoates are very popular. Or things like acetal R or allyl amyl glycolate or cyclogalbanates in agarbatti. One of the very popular agarbattis in the last 5 years has galbe-1 as one of the main ingredients in the top note. So when you're looking for the green pineapple note and you're not able to find it, take a look at galbe-1. This is a must-have ingredient. If you're a perfumer and you don't have this in your lab, you're really missing something. This is absolutely a must in all laboratories. Extensively used across categories, from fine fragrances to detergents, from household to incense. It has some other properties which are very exciting. It starts acting at dosages as low as 0.02%. So you don't need a great deal of it to be effective. You can use up to 1%, but anything about 0.2 or 0.3 is really a challenge because of its power. It has this property of making fragrances more perceivable and lively. So if you put a little bit of Galbion in a fragrance, it suddenly comes to life. Excellent diffusion across applications. It works very well in a range of odor notes. So white florals in gardenias, for example, is beautiful. Lavender, it's superb. Agaristics such as lavender, cool water is a lavender built around Galbion and allylamyl glycolate. It works very well in citrus. It's difficult to make a modern lime lemon note without a good dose of Galbion. Take a good look at the new Liril soap if you want to see how Galbion is used in limes. Extraordinary application, works very well. This is a must-have ingredient. Let me say that again for the cost of being repetitive. Fantastic material. The next one we are going to look at is a old product called transford-ecinal. This is a chemical name. This is it's an absolute top note, same boiling range as aldehyde C10 or C11, but much more powerful. It's orange, green, and floral. And when you use it, you use one of these facets to give life, to give diffusion to your fragrance. Exceptional diffusion, and it works at traces. I usually use it at less than 0.1%. But you can use up to 1% if you are adventurous. Its normal range is between 0.1 to 0.3%. Now, most of the time you don't use more than that. It's very commonly used in citrus. It's an orange, so very common in citrus, lime, lemons, those kind of things. If you have the air pockets orange in your house, you look carefully at the way it diffuses. A lot of that diffusion comes from transford-ecinal. It works well in agaristics, especially with things like isobornyl acetate or MNA. It works in fruity notes, surprisingly. This is because of its green character. A lot of fruity notes become very dull. If you have heavy, sweet, fruity notes, they become very dull. Many of you who have made pineapple in the past would have seen this effect with the high dosage of allyl cyclohexyl propionate. The fragrance tends to become very flat and dull. The addition of 0.1% of transford-ecinal is often useful to bring life to dull fruity fragrances. And it's quite amazing how it works in this context. And of course, in florals, any flower which can tolerate citrus notes, things like honeysuckle, for example, it works wonderfully there, and you can use it. It is a very good modifier of common impact materials. So if you have aldehyde C10 or MNA or things like, let's say, citral, this is a very good modifier for some of these common impact materials, and it actually extends their performance. So its input is not simply to act on its own, but it also enhances a lot of the common materials that you use. And the ability to do this is really where its cost benefit comes from. It gives great lift to fragrances, especially in incense, in agarbatti, and also in products which are used with surfactants. So shower gels, soaps, shampoos, those kind of products, it has tremendous lift while it improves impact and diffusion. It's exceptional in surfactant-based applications, as I said. Soaps, household cleaners, fabric care. It's also very effective in incense and in air care. The last one I'm going to introduce to you today is a product called Iron. Iron is one of the royalties of the fragrance community. Like sandalwood oil, for example, or vetiver. Iron is really, one of the royal ingredients of perfumery. It is a base note. It is the odor principle of Oris Absolute. So when you get a sample which says Oris Absolute 8% Iron, this is what they're talking about. It's a fantastic material. It is a volatility similar to methyl ionone, so it's in the middle note definitely. It's effective from traces, even 0.1, 0.01 or 0.02 of Eron can still make a difference to a fragrance. It's very effective at low dosages. So 1 to 2 grams per kilo in a fragrance can completely transform a fragrance. You can of course use it at higher dosages, but it's costly. So you need special applications to do that. It's a floral orris violet material, very powdery and woody, and it has incredible richness. You know, and one of the key things about Eron is the more you dilute it, the more richer it becomes. It's quite a fantastic product to use. It's used mostly for its character and texture. You don't, it's in the base note. It creates effects that are impossible to replicate with any other material. You can't get, you don't like effects with anything else. Absolutely beautiful effects. It's best used in applications which are used on the skin. So it's very nice on skin, very good in skincare applications. Sorry? I'm getting an echo. Okay, that's gone now. So it's best used in application on the skin or on the air. It helps in the sillage of fine fragrances. So when you make a fine fragrance and you want it to diffuse around the person wearing it, Eron is very good for that. It includes our isomer ratio is between 70 to 80% alpha and 12 to 14% beta, which is it's a very good ratio to use. It increases diffusion, volume, and tenacity of fragrances, and gives a very unique, rich, and luxurious texture. As I said, it's a molecule which smells of luxury. When you smell the molecule, it has incredible luxury, and it has a very distinct, gives very distinct character and an ambience of immense luxury to products. Eron smells of elegance and it smells of luxury. It's used mostly in leave-on applications. You don't want to wash off a material of that price. So it's great in fine fragrances and in Arabic fragrances, in premium incense and in skincare. This is mostly what it is used in. And I would be honored to show you this molecule and to watch people as they interact with this incredible molecule. You have to smell it to believe it. Let me go on. What are we going to do going ahead? One is we will have road shows with extensive demos coming in May of 2020. I believe there is one planned in Bombay around 10th or 11th of May, and one in Bangalore on the 20th of May. We will also, after these in-person demos are over, we will be giving an online presentation with demo samples. So if you are unable to attend one of these demos, please write to us. We will send you the kit of demo samples, and I'll happy to do an online presentation with you on how to use these products. The samples for all of these will be available either during the demo or to everybody first week of June after the first round of promotions. They're already available with our distribution partner, Associate Allied. So if anybody wants to pick them up, I guess he should be able to distribute them starting May or 1st or so. To contact us for joining the in-person demos at this particular email address, or for an online demo at ingredients@arrow.co, or for any other inquiries, again, either of these email addresses will do. So thank you very much for your time and your patience. And I will look forward to introducing these new ingredients to you in person, and also to smell them with you and to show you how they are used. Thank you very, very much. Open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajit Uncle, for a very informative session. We have a few questions from the audience. The first one being for Lil Butanol.
Yeah.
So the question is that is its application more in functional perfumery or fine perfumery?
You can use it in both, because it has both performance and character. So you normally use its character in fine fragrances. So if you're making white florals, with delicate muguet notes, a Jador type would be a very good application for using large amounts of lil butanol. But you also, of course, you use it in soap and shower gels and in agarbattis and hair care. You use it everywhere. See, because of its sheer performance, it's applicable everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ajit uncle, the second question is from me as a perfumer in the capacity of a perfumer.
Yeah.
In terms of using iron.
Yeah.
Do you experience that the smell gets stronger and the smell develops in formulation over time?
Yes, it does. It does. Absolutely does. Iron is a product which needs to be used with some experience. It's absolutely an high-end product. You don't use it in cheap perfumes, mainly because people like Arav don't sell it to you cheap. So, you need to use it with care, but it does grow. It grows an incredible amount. In fact, we have another molecule which we call irisamral, which is a cousin of iron. It's the that also has the same property. If you keep a smelling strip in the first day, it will seem quite a normal strength, but you see it on the 10th day, and it has grown so much that you can't believe it is the same molecule. So it does that in formulations too. And really, to actually evaluate an iron formula, you need to keep it for 3 days for maturation to know the right dosage. Otherwise, on the first day, you will not smell it. And on the third day, your formulation has disappeared and there's only iron.
Okay. Ajit uncle, last question from the audience.
Yeah.
Are there any immediate plans to manufacture other import substitutes?
Yes, Arav has an active research program. As I said, if you are introducing 4 molecules this year, it means that you have done the process development of between 16 to 20 molecules already. So if there is something interesting that you want, you should talk to us, because it's fairly likely that we have done some work on it. But it's in India as a market is a very small portion of the global market. And there are, if the molecule does not have a sales potential in India, and also if it does not have a cost benefit price at which we can sell, where people can derive benefit from it in the local market, then we prefer not to sell it here, because the cost of selling it and recovering payments from people is way too high. And we don't want to distract. You see, we have a team of about 45 odd people in the ingredients division, out of which sales is 0. Okay. So, we really don't, we have a very well balanced, active, dynamic team, and we don't want to get ourselves distracted in selling small volumes to a lot of people. So the idea is to have 40 customers globally. So yes, clean answer to your question is yes, we do have a lot more products. We have about between 43 to 45 as of today that we are producing. But we are not selling all of them. But in case you are interested in anything specific, please write to us at ingredients@arav.co. We'll be happy to give you either an idea as to whether we'll make it or not, or an idea as to whether somebody else in India is making it or will ever make it. So we can give you a good balanced answer to that.
Okay. Ajit uncle, sorry, while we were talking, I have one final question from the audience. Price point of lil butanol.
Okay, I'll give you the price points of all of them. I forgot to do that. Let me start with iron, which will give the most shock. It's like you go to a sari shop and he shows you a 50,000 sari first, because then everything else will not shock you. So I'm going to use the same technique. Iron is at 45,000 rupees a kilo, which, considering my competitors selling at anywhere between 75 to 1,50,000, is not a bad price. Yeah. The transferred ethanol is at 17,000 rupees a kilo. Galbion is 25,000 rupees a kilo. It is actually cheap at that price. And lil butanol is 12,500 rupees a kilo.
Okay. Okay, sir. I think we're through with the questions. If you have any closing remarks, Ajit uncle, I leave it to you.
Yeah, no, the only thing I would like to say is that a lot of these molecules have been made by Arav for a reason, is because they are great to use. And I would be going around the country in May showing how to do it. So if you'd like to join me in learning how to use these molecules, please write to us, because otherwise we don't know you are interested. And it's not nice to shepherd potential customers into a room and force them to listen to you. So if you are interested, please write to us. We'll be happy to get to a place near you and to be able to show you how these molecules are used.
Ajit uncle, my apologies again. One more question from the audience.
No problem.
Is Lil Butinal bio-based?
Good question. Lil Butinol is not bio-based, and in a country like India, let me be a little rude just now, Krish. In a country like India, you can't afford all these nakras, to tell you the truth. You need to be able to make good, affordable products which our country people can use. And we are not a country which throws away 50% of what we make. We use almost everything we make. So, we are already sustainable in that sense. So I think we need to have a different mindset. Make in India, use in India, and make it for Indian people. Let's not get carried away too much by the stories we are telling.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Ajit uncle, it's always a pleasure and informative and educational listening to you. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Have a good day.
Our sincere thanks to Team RF.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Our next session for today will be hosted by Sinarom, and we will begin the session at 4 p.m. A quick note to all our viewers today. While we wait for the next session to begin at 4 p.m., in the meanwhile, you can check out the agenda and speakers page, which you can access via the lobby area. It has the agenda for today's event, along with information on all the companies and speakers who shall be hosting conference sessions. On the downloads page, you will find the exhibitors directory. Please download it to read about the companies participating in today's event. Also, please do make it a point to visit the sponsors hall to get to know the 7 companies sponsoring today's event. And you may interact with them through video chat and also view their company details and corporate videos. We'll begin the next session at 4 p.m. with Senarom. Good afternoon once again to all of you. Our next session today will be hosted by Sinarome. Sinarome is a French fragrance ingredients provider based in Chartres, in the heart of the Cosmetic Valley. They have been producing iconic specialties, premium molecules, and natural extracts for more than 95 years to enhance creativity. Between heritage and modernity, Sinarome stands out by perpetuating the production of its legendary products and renewing itself through natural and synthetic ingredients. All over the world, they distribute a wide range of signature ingredients that contains all its expertise and knowledge. A very warm welcome to Team Sinarome, and thank you for joining us today. Joining us today are Ange Dole, Eloise Dehoche, and Isabelle Fritsch. Over to you to begin your session.
Eloise?
Hello. Do you hear us?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we are going to start. I don't know if you can see Isabelle Fritsch.
No. I have a problem with my camera. I don't know why it doesn't work.
When the camera is off, you can make it on.
Yes, but it's on the blue button.
Yeah, on the left-hand side, you can see start video and the mute option. There, start video, it's showing cross.
So yeah, but it doesn't work. Okay.
Maybe I'm gonna share a presentation if you want, while I begin introducing herself. So thank you to be here, and thanks a lot to the Fafai organizers for this presentation and this virtual bazaar. We are really pleased to be part of this. Unfortunately, Ange Dole couldn't be there because he's sick. So it will be only Isabelle and me. Isabelle, if you want to present yourself.
Okay, namaste everyone from France. My name is Isabelle Fritsch, so I'm a perfumer and work at Sinarome since 27 years. I started in the fragrance industry as a trainee with Monique Remy Laboratories. Now it's IFF in Grasse in 1993, while taking my master's degree in perfumery at ISIPCA. And then I joined Sinarome in 1994 with the Fraisse family. Now I'm always technical perfumer. I'm based in Chartres facility at 1 hour south of Paris. And I also hold a bachelor's degree in hair therapy for olfactive disease. So we will, Eloise will continue with the presentation of Sinarome.
So just a short presentation too. I'm Eloise and I'm a marketing and communication manager. And so today we would like to present you Sinarome and our famous iconic products. Just a short reminder of the story of Sinarome. So Sinarome is a long-standing company with more than 95 years of expertise. And the story begins at the end of the 19th century with the chemist Claude Fraisse. And then in 1926, two of his sons founded Sinarome and developed many specialties. The first step in 1974 was to move to the heart of the Cosmetic Valley in Chartres to settle the new factory. And now, recently, the company chose to modernize the brand with a fresh new identity that really combine the heritage of Sinarome and the modernity. So a few words about our expertise. It splits in three categories of products. The first one are specialties. So it's the combination of ingredients from nature and science. And these associations of ingredients are really empowering creations and by bringing a signature to perfumes. Most of the famous specialties are Ambre Arôme, Animalis, and Cuir à Chef. And Isabelle is going to tell more about it later. The second category of products are natural products. So very specific qualities of natural ingredients that are obtained by distillation, and also aroma chemicals obtained by hemisynthesis. The third category of products are molecules that are obtained through organic chemistry. And this category of products really demonstrates the expertise of Sinarome in synthesis by developing and producing a range of fragrance ingredients that can empower different creations you want to make. So now let's move to the Ambre Arôme.
So, Ambre Arôme, we will present you three products, three iconic animalic products: Ambre Arôme, Animalis, and Cuir HF. So, Ambre Arôme is a very iconic note for Sinarome. It's legendary because it's used in worldwide best sellers, extracted from natural products, reproducing the scent of ambergris without the use of animals. Ambre Arôme is a complex scent obtained by multiple processing of cistus. So it's a warm and powerful ambergris-like note with marine, mineral, balsamic, and of course animalic facets. So it has a high power, making it usable as an extraordinary fixative in all kinds of products. We can use it in ambery oriental fragrances and chypre notes, and also it gives a very interesting juicy aspect in a very small amounts in all berries, just like strawberries, raspberries, cherries, and also in exotic fruits. So it's a very interesting raw material. So after we try to use it in a demonstration formula, it's a fougère. So the note of this fougère is with vanilla flower top note, and with the earth of lavender, coumarin, and the background is woody and musky. So the addition of 0.2% of Ambre Arôme in this fougère brings a lot of intensity to the creation, and reveals the softness of the vanilla power, the freshness of the lavender. It gives a roundness and naturalness to the coumarin, and links the woods and the musks. So it's very interesting to have a link between top notes and background notes. So after, we have another product. So it's the Animalis. The Animalis, it's another famous specialty that was used in the 70s in famous perfumes, very known perfumes. It's a base who brings a delicate leathery note, and it has a powerful woody and tonka musk-like note in a very small amounts. So it's mostly used in oriental fragrances, ambery fragrances, woods, and agarwood notes. It also blends well with the citrus and aromatic notes because it pushes the citrus notes. It's also highly substantive, less than Ambre Arôme, of course, because Ambre Arôme, you can smell it on a smelling strip 1 month or more. And it acts also as an excellent fixative, and this product that I told you, enhance all the citrus notes and gives freshness to the citrus notes. So I use it in a demonstration formula with the Chypre fruity. With the top notes are bergamot and cardamom, lightly spicy but citrus also, with a heart of jasmine and orange flower married with peach peach peel aspects, and the background is woody, vanilla and musky. So I use this base at 0.5%, and it brings intensity to all the citrus and allied notes that are in this composition, and also gives not a juicy aspect but a sparkling effect to the flowers and the fruits. So the next and the last product is a Cuir HF. So Cuir HF has an interesting history. It was created by Hubert Fraisse, just like HF, and in 1926. It's a specialty who starts with a fresh citrus top fused with sophisticated leather. Then, after, we can find the floral and luminous heart, gathers refined orris and violet notes with a spicy touch, rounded off by precious woods and muscatones. So it was inspired by Hubert Fraisse in 1926 during a training session to Hermes workshops that he does. So this product is very interesting, for example, in woody notes. So I use it in a woody composition. This woody composition is fresh at the top with grapefruit and LME, lightly spicy also. It's got a rose heart and lot of woods like patchouli, cedar wood, vetiver, and oak moss. And then I put 1% of cuir in this composition. So it brings freshness to the perfume by pushing all the citrus, and gives rawness to the woods by creating a link between the head and the background. So this leather, this cuir, married well or blends well with rose, all the flowers, rose, neroli, and Chypre notes, also tobacco notes, and it gives or wood notes, and it gives a character to compositions. We can also put a little bit, very low percentage in sandalwood notes, and it gives more volume to the sandalwood. So I would like to point that all these three bases are without any animal products. So no animal products in this basis. So it can be interesting in formulation. So thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, you can ask to the discussion. And if you have to contact some other persons in India, you can contact AAC with Manan Gandhi or our development manager, Ange Dol, who is not here, so sorry for him, and me, for example, also. Thank you for your attention.
thank you for listening. And I would like just to focus on Associated Light Chemical. Thanks a lot for our distributor in India that allow us to participate to this presentation. So thank you a lot.
So if you have any questions, don't hesitate.
Thank you very much, Eloise and Isabel, for the lovely presentation.
You're welcome.
We have a couple of questions from the audience. The first one is QE HF IFRA compliant?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
You can use it.
Okay. And the second question is, can you tell us more about the product Tonkarom and its use in fine perfumery?
Tonkarom. Yes, Tonkarom is a base also with a work around the coumarin and the tonka base to give the aspect of the coumarin to give a naturalness tonka base, tonka note. So it's very it's strong. We have it in our new catalog, and you can request some samples if you need.
Okay. Can you tell us more about the natural products offered by Sinarom?
So natural products offers. So we have a range of natural products. They are extracted from natural. So, for example, we have different this year in our catalog different products, just like cedar wood acetate extracted from cedar oil. We also have ethyl linolenate. It's extracted from linseed oil. Gaiac wood acetate extracted from acetylation of gaiac wood oil. We also have a rhodinol from pelargonium, and a santalol extracted, distillated from sandalwood New Caledonian oil, and a santallyl acetate also by acetylation of sandalwood oil, but they are very, very expensive. So it's very for fine fragrance.
Okay. Okay. We don't have any more questions from the audience. If you'd like to share some more things, I leave it to you.
So we will be present at the WPC if some persons or some people are in the USA in my and in Paris also at the Simpar.
Okay. Okay. So on behalf of Fafai, I would like to thank Isabel and Eloise and the entire team at Sinarom for being present here today and for sharing so much about their company. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And hope to see you soon again.
Yeah, thank you. See you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
So our next session for today will be at 4:30 p.m. hosted by Lanxess.
माइक है स्पीकर ऑफ कर
Microphone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our next session for today is hosted by Lanxess. Lanxess is a leading specialty chemicals company based in Germany with sales of 7.6 billion euros in 2021. The company currently has about 14,900 employees in 33 countries. The core business of Lanxess is the development, manufacturing, and marketing of chemical intermediates, additives, specialty chemicals, and plastics. Lanxess is listed in the leading sustainability indices Dow Jones Sustainability Index and FTSE for Good. Joining us today from the Lanxess team is Mr. Anand Karaka. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Over to you to begin the session.
Hello, can you hear me, Krish?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Krish, for giving us this wonderful wonderful introduction. I'm Anand Karaka, Senior Sales Director and heading the APAC region for Business Unit F&F in Lanxess. I think the camera is not operating, right? There's some issue with the camera?
Yeah, Rahul, can you please assist?
Sir, just click on start video.
I think now it's better. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Let me first thank the Fafai members here for giving us this wonderful opportunity to present our view and the products in this wonderful platform. So starting with, as you all know, Lanxess has recently acquired Emerald Kalama, and with this, we bring in a lot of synergies with regard to customers, with regard to products, with regards to values, with regard to knowledge. And I think this will only add up to, help us, the industry at large, to know about many of the synergies. What I will do is, I will take you through the new business unit, which has been recently formed after the acquisition. And this business unit is known as Flavors and Fragrance. So what do I talk about today? I will introduce you about the flavor and fragrance business. We'll talk about the global footprints, the portfolios, the market overviews, and the value proposition, what we bring to the industry. I will be joined by my colleague, Paul Van Rich from Netherlands, who's a Senior Marketing Director for Aroma Chemicals. And he would take you through F&F market and F&F portfolio. Sorry. So this, basically Lanxess, we have 4 main pillars under which we have divided our business units. In total, we have about 11 business units, and depending upon the different products and the different applications, we have formed the 4 pillars. The 4 pillars are advanced industrial intermediates, specialty additives, consumer protection, and engineering materials. Our business unit falls under the flavor consumer protection. And this is basically after the acquisition of Emerald Kalama. So what do we have to offer in the F&F business unit? So we have, after the acquisition of Kalama, we have a very broad portfolio to offer to the F&F industry. We have products offering to antimicrobials, aroma ingredients, multifunctional and intermediates. We have advanced technical regulatory expertise. Lanxess is known for the regulatory expertise, and we have very, very high technical teams to ensure that the customer gets the best products available in the market. We maintain very high standards for quality and reliability. Our products are nature identical, and it is one of the best products we offer to the industry. Flavor and fragrance business unit, I would say, is one of the only company in this particular segment having facilities in 3 continents. That is, we have 5 plants in 3 continents. That's one in US, Europe, and Asia. As you all know, we offer a range of products from Nagda, a facility in India, to our many customers. We have a facility in Erdingen in Germany. And with the acquisition, we have 3 more facilities, one in Widnes in UK, one in Netherlands, and one in Kalama in US. So with this, we bring about, in total, 60 products. We have 750 employees in this business unit, and we have a wide range of network of sales and distribution. The best part here is we have products which are backward integrated. Many of the products are backward integrated, and we have dual production sites. So if there is a disruption in any part of the region, or if there is a problem in any of our plants, we have the facility of providing the material from a different location. And this only solidifies the reliability factor. Okay, so now in the flavor and fragrance business unit, what we have done is we have identified the product portfolios as aroma chemicals, preservatives, benzoates, intermediates, and feed additives. We have particular main brands, which are global brands here, like Kalagard, Kalama, Purox, Purolon. And then we cater to many of the end segments here. Talk about agriculture, we are there. We are into food and beverages, fragrance blending, personal care, and many more, What we have done is we have segmented our products into 4 different categories, basically depending upon the different kinds of application. So the 4 categories are aroma ingredients, preservatives, multifunctional ingredients, and intermediates. As you can, just to give you an example here, as you can see, benzaldehyde, it comes into the aroma ingredients. Benzaldehyde finds application into HCA, hexylcinnamic aldehyde, which goes into making of the perfumery. At the same time, you can see benzaldehyde finds application into the intermediates. Basically, this is where intermediate benzaldehyde goes into the agrochemical industry. And just to stress upon, India is one of the biggest manufacturers of metaphenoxybenzaldehyde, which is a pesticide. And we are the biggest supplier of benzaldehyde into this agrochemical segment. Similarly, you can see benzyl alcohol in the category of aroma ingredients, where it goes into the perfumery. It also used as a preservative, and intermediates, it finds application into inks, paints, epoxy, and many more. So that is how we have categorized our products into different categories depending upon the applications. We have some global brands like Purox, Kalagard, Solbrol, Purolon, and Kalama. So maybe Paul, in his future presentation, will take you through all these products. What does the F&F business unit bring as a value proposition to the market? Let me tell you, our products are at the highest purity levels. We maintain the highest purity levels at 97 to 99.98%, with the best quality of products, best odor impacts, and we maintain high standards of FSSC 22000, ISO 9001, ISO 14001. We are a very, very responsible company. We work towards reducing the carbon emissions. We have taken an initiative of going climate neutral by 2040. Fast response, as you know, Lanxess is already there in almost 33 countries. So it's very easy for our sales guys to reach out to the customer and cater to the needs on a very faster basis. Yeah. And now talking about short lead times, as I've said, we have 5 plants in different continents, in 3 different continents. So this helps us to reach out to customer faster. We have an excellent support from our logistic team. Plus, we have very good facilities of warehousing and distribution partners across the globe. So these are the things which help us to shorten the lead times. Now coming to how dedicated are we? We are very, very committed. Though the business unit F&F is new, but we all know Lanxess and Kalama have been in this industry for a very long time. And we are a very, very committed player with investments into personal care, home care, food beverages, and many more. We are associated with IFRA, RFM, American Cleaning Institute, Green Chemistry, and many more associations. We are having a very leadership positions into the quality and sustainability of our products. We are also committed for REACH, TCSA. Last but not the least, I would say we have an excellent team to support the customer in the product developments, in ensuring their technical supports, in passing on the audit reports and giving the supplier quotations. So we ensure with providing such a beautiful support to the customers are delighted globally. And so with this, I end my presentation. And now I have the immense pleasure to call upon Mr. Paul Wondridge, who's the Senior Sales and Marketing Director for Aroma Ingredients, to take it over and talk about the F&F market. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Here's Paul. And thanks to you, Anand, for this nice introduction and positioning Lanxess as where we are. So, yeah, I think what Anand, short, to summarize, is that Lanxess is the leading provider of high quality and nature identical aroma chemicals, and it's the world's largest producer of benzaldehydes and derivatives, being the benzenoids and specialties. And that's important for a lot of markets. And we have three taglines in this. So the first one is quality delights, which really comes to the aroma sensations, but we also have quality protects and quality performs, which then spreads over a lot of different segments, which are covered here. So the business unit is a little wider than just the F&F, but let's focus, because today it's the fragrance and flavors important for India. Let's focus on the areas where these ingredients are important. So yeah, let me dig a little deeper into the one with the red boxes, which are the relevant for the aroma ingredients. So Anand, if you can highlight the next slide. Yeah, fine one is the wheelhouse. That's the fine fragrances, so to say. So it's that we have a wide portfolio with very good quality, consistent, nature identical notes, which really give appeal to the fine fragrance to the people. That's where we come from. With the Lanxess acquisition, Lanxess went up from 4 product ingredients to 24. So that's really an expansion. And well, I will walk through the portfolio a little deeper, because that's really the wheelhouse of where we're in. So, but let's go to other the fragrance applications. The next slide is like personal care, which is a very important one. So you want to give appeal to products. So the quality delights to appeal to products, to people who use the brands very frequently. Yeah, and also like the quality and the safety is of course important to these products. So just to indicate that, yeah, the aroma chemicals will be in here, but we also have the other attributes of quality protects, which is the preservatives, which are also like biodegradable, which give a good consumer profile, and other functional ingredients, which we have in this space. So that's the same for household applications. So this is of course a very large aroma chemical end use, where our aroma chemicals are really used, but we have a broader portfolio there in the preservative space. So there is also like consumer-friendly products, effectively preserved, sustainable, and high-performing. So moving away from the fragrances to the flavors, obviously it's the food and beverage market, which is very important. There we also have the two steps of quality delights and quality protects, where on one hand we find also the preservative in that space, but certainly also the aroma chemicals, where we have the FSC 22000 scheme for most of them. But we certainly have the highest quality to have the ingredients being used in a lot of flavors applications as well. Whether it's like almond, benzaldehyde, or the cinnamic for the cinnamon flavors, citrus flavors, they come back there. So for food and beverage, yeah, it's also a step to the animal nutrition, where we also are present with functional ingredients, and not only the flavor enhancers, it's also like acidifiers. But definitely you'll find here also the use of enhancing, appealing the feed, to have a better feed intake of the animals. But certainly also the aroma chemicals, they also have this zootechnological effect, which improves the health of the animal. So I just wanted to show you is the That we not only the aroma chemicals in this space, we have more ingredients, which gives us a broader experience and a broader presence in those markets. And as today we are, I think, the prime focus on the fragrance and flavors. Let's do a deep dive into the new portfolio of Lanxess. So it says the quality delights. That's the tagline, and yeah, so the wide portfolio, nature identical, where cinnamic benzaldehyde present in nature. We have the synthetic equivalent of them, but nature identical. And as I said, we're also expanding that proposition to more renewable ingredients. So as Anand already mentions as well, is we have a strong industry presence. So we have multiple sites around the world. We have good coverage around the world. And I think really it's important, it's quality safety, but certainly also the responsibility of manufacturing, responsibility of care for the world, and also in line with the sustainability. So I would like to highlight that a little further. Yeah, so I'm showing is the floral family. So we have 4 family classes of aroma chemicals: floral, spicy, fruity, earthy, and then more of the functional ingredients. While looking at floral, total portfolio, I would indicate as being its delight, sweet, luxurious ingredients. Floral, I would give it a season, maybe it's springtime. Different flower notes, so it's the muguet, it's the lily of the valley, where we have the products as florazole, but also lydostralis, typically in this muguet area, with variations of different notes in those ingredients. Another class is jasmine. Definitely the benzoacetate is a very important one there, but also the amyl cinnamic aldehyde or the hexyl cinnamic aldehyde. These are really like very core ingredients to achieve that jasmine sensation, which then the nuances of whether it's cacao or rose or like lily or green, where that can change. Yeah, and then going to the rose kind of notes, which is then the linear aldehydes, which can oxidation. And maybe the last to mention is like, for instance, the ozamine, where you get more of this warm, floral, sweet, mango type of aroma chemicals. So yeah, so it's a floral family. This gives an indication there. Then the next slide is indeed spicy. So alluring, comforting, sensual. Like the cinnamic aldehyde, probably the most common. So it's around cinnamon. Cinnamon, spicy, oriental. That's where it's about. But there's also variations of that. If you go to cinnamic alcohol, where then it gets more of a balsamic. So if you go to the cipronal, it's more of a balsamic. So it really widens the application, widens the sensation of this spicy family. So next to the spicy, we would say maybe it's winter. We can go to summer, which is fruity, fruity family, lively, refreshing. Citrus notes, being the aldehydes, for instance, but we also have the product Azareel, which is more of an ozone linen citrus sensation, and the peach lactone, which is probably is really peachy, creamy, well, the luxurious sensation for all of shampoos, for instance, but also in the flavor area. Last class, I'll say, is maybe it's the autumn time. So it's earthy family, which is very special products. So it's lush, serene, natural feeling, which is the Ozarol, which is the sandalwood floral combination, which is very nice product. And the Vetemol is a very special one because it really appeals to a forest, damp wood, potato, cellar. It's a very special note in there. So we cover the 4 like more groups, like floral, spicy, fruity, earthy, and then you have more of a kind of the functional ingredients, which maybe benzaldehyde sticks out because it's the almond flavor, but it's also used a lot as building block, as intermediate for a lot of other aroma chemicals, as Anand already mentioned. But also we have the solvents fixatives, as benzyl benzoate, benzyl alcohol, which is certainly going into the aroma chemicals as well. So we have looked at the quality aspects of Lanxess proposition, but certainly the attributes of responsibility and sustainability is also very important. So I would like now to talk a little bit about the responsibility of care. So it's caring about people, and then you think, okay, it's the Lanxess people, employees, the plants, but it's more. It's also the world surrounding us, and yeah, that's really high on the agenda. So environment, so climate neutral, continuous improvements, looking at not spilling things in nature, emissions, so to safeguard that. But it's also like certification and control plans. So that's really the quality comes in. So it's the standards, food standards, for instance, ISO standards, hazard identification, control, good QA, QC facilities. But it's not only on that, on a framework, it's really also the culture which is driving, and the people, the attitude. So we have also like really corporate programs to identify what is the behavior everyone around the world has to fuel to be responsible care, not only for the company, but for the world. And that's then embedded in the product stewardship organization to safeguard that and to constantly be on the watch and to go on. So one example, for instance, on environment is the Nagda plant in southern India, which is fully on renewable energy, because we believe that's somewhere where we take responsibility of what we do. So this is responsibility, and then finally, and the last slide I want to like to cover the sustainability, because that's also a very important aspect, and it really came in very fast over the last 10 years, and will get more important. And Lanxess is very serious in its pledge. So the pledge is to have a 75% reduction of CO2 emissions by 2030, and then be neutral in 2040. That's a big task, and the only way you can do that is to have commitment from everyone. So it should not be like only a corporate message. Everyone should be living it, from the work floor to middle management to senior management, to every decision to make, we go in that directions. And it's really, the climate protection, energy efficiencies to improve safety in-house of the manufacturing, of the people, so everybody goes home as they came to work, but also the surrounding people. They should also be living very comfort near to our facilities. And that sustainable product portfolio, maybe to highlight that. Biodegradability, CO2 footprint, renewability, that's more and more important. And we have programs to really build on that, not only in our preservative space, but certainly also in the aroma chemical space. So there's more to come. We really work on that, and you can't do it yourself. So you have to business-driven innovation, value customer relationship. You have to do that with your customers and the surrounding. So that's why we invite, cooperate, have strategic alliances to build up that space to really get the sustainability targets, not to ourselves, but to do that together with the people around us, and the most important there are the customers. So I think that covers the sustainability piece. So thanks for this. So maybe I hand over to you back on Hans to give the key takeaways from the presentation.
Thank you so much, Paul, for giving this update and a wonderful presentation here. Just to take it forward, the key takeaways is we have a global presence here. And with this global presence, we are in a much better position to supply to our customer the best of the quality products. And we are very easily accessible, and we are very, very strong in our supply chain and in the quality of the product. So yeah, it helps. Sustainability is something, Lanxess has always stood upon. It's very high standard with regard to the sustainability and the responsibilities. And we are considered to be number one, to be on the very front leaders into this segment. And that is one of the reasons why many of the dependents, when there is a huge requirement of material on a very short period of time, we are one of the big suppliers into, and we can provide that material into that shorter period of time. And that is where the reliability comes upon. And as we all know, Lanxess has been suppliers for very high purity products of nature identical. And I can very surely say that all these factors, we are there to serve our customers with all the quality, purity, sustainability, and the presence what we have. And we look forward for having more response from the customer and looking forward to interact and serve the customers better in the coming days. Yeah. So with this, I would like to thank Fafai once again for giving us this opportunity to present our case here on this forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anand and Mr. Paul, for the lovely presentation. On behalf of Fafai, I take this opportunity to thank you for joining us today, and we look forward to seeing you at future events of Fafai to engage with the FNF community.
Yeah, Krish, thank you so much. Just one thing, if there are any questions, they can write directly to us, or it can be routed through you, and we will be glad to answer that. Yeah, thank you so much.
Sure, sir. So note to the audience, if you have any questions, please do post them, and we will forward them to Mr. Anand, and you will receive a response in due course of time.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our last session for today will begin at 5 p.m. Hello once again to all our viewers. Our next and last session for today is hosted by Vimal Life Sciences Private Limited. Vimal Life Sciences, a member of Vimal Group, is a leading channel partner for some of the top global names of the chemical industry, including Lanxess, Dow Chemicals, BASF, Daiichi, Angus Chemicals, Arkema Group, etc., to name a few. The company specializes in offering total solutions to the industries it is operating in and is one of the first companies in India to offer professionally managed, personalized service to the Indian F&F industry. Joining us today from Vimal Life Sciences is Ms. Samiksha Pandey, Chief of Sales and Marketing. Welcome, Ms. Samiksha. Over to you to begin your session.
Good evening, everybody. Before I begin the presentation, I would like to take this opportunity to thank this particular platform, Fafai, to give us an opportunity, to present our case in front of the Indian customers and the entire industry. So thank you so much for that. Now, before I start my presentation, I would like to, give you a theme of the presentation and what we would like to mention in this presentation, right? So basically, we would like to talk about how we are meeting the emerging needs of the Indian F&F segment. By which I mean is that everybody has experienced, there has been uncertainty and, lot of change, dynamic change in the Indian market. Since last 3 to 4 years, the change has never been so evident. So us as a company and also as an industry, we should really change with time. And what Vimal Life Sciences as a platform is doing to achieve that, we would like to elaborate in a brief snapshot in the upcoming slides. So as we all know, I mean, by definition, if you go, so distributors are generally, considered as suppliers to a certain assigned territory, suppliers of certain products to an assigned territory. But for Vimal Life Sciences, we would like to say that we act as a bridge between, say, suppliers and customers. Now, what I mean by that is obviously there are products involved and supplies involved, which is the primary responsibility of the distributor. But additionally, I think it is equally important for, supplier strategies to be communicated to the target market, the home market, which we are catering to. And at the same time, the customers' needs and preferences to be communicated to the suppliers as well. So that's where, we play an important role. Yes, now you all know, like in India, particularly, we all say that, personal relationships with customers, I mean, in everyday day-to-day life also matters a lot. And obviously for businesses as well. But now if I'm talking about personal relationships in businesses, that's equally important in the business sector that we are dealing in. But for the global market scenario, it's also equally important that you are a professionally organized company. So that's what we excel in. So we are a professionally managed, personalized service. So we give that kind of service to the customer. And as an organization, we are extremely professionally managed. Yeah, so the vision of the company is to be an industry leader in distribution of innovative chemicals and related services. Now, as a distribution company, we don't honestly only promote the products, but our intentions are to give total solutions to our customers and also to ensure sustainable growth for the principles that we are associated with. And obviously, yes, this is also very important that the vision also includes highly rewarding work environment for our employees. So why we consider ourselves as a supplier of choice, I mean, for our customers? We are the preferred suppliers for customers in all segments we deal in because we ensure a few innovative value-added services like, inventory management is one part of it, but just-in-time deliveries, offering flexible packing. Now, flexible packing, I'm sure many other companies also do offer, but a specialty that we have in this case is we offer the flexible packing in the supplier packing so that, we are ensuring that the quality material has been supplied to each and every customer of ours. Addition to that, we also have a knowledgeable sales and service staff to thoroughly assist our customers for any challenges they may face with respect to products. Most of our sales team, you would see, you must be dealing with a few people already with our company. So most of them are technically qualified for the products that they're looking at so that whenever there's an issue, they can easily take care of it. Then fulfill our customers' orders with highest degree of reliability and efficiency. Yes, I would like to particularly mention this point here is that we offer just-in-time deliveries. Just-in-time deliveries, I have I'm practically talking about something like, delivery in the same day. So that is what, that kind of efficiency I'm talking about, which we fulfill to all our customers. And last but not the least, certainly we are also supplying, we are supplying the products that our consumer wants. But then most of the times we find that, we are on the receiving end of the customer, wherein, they want us to get some materials from few suppliers and we service them, even in that particular parameter. So the total, the vision of the company is to be the total solution provider, and that's what we strive to be. Partner of choice for chemical producers. So we are a distributor partner of all top MNCs, like Krish rightly mentioned. So we are representing some very, very top global companies like Dow, Lanxess, BASF, Cortex, Arkema Group. We have also, companies like Anthea Aromatics. We have companies like Daiichi, whom we are representing. Now, that is because, first of all, we build lifelong relationships with the customers. I would like to mention that once the customer deals with our company, they always like to deal with us. So that kind of service we provide them. Then obviously enduring relationships with the suppliers. As I mentioned earlier, the relationship that we have with our suppliers is most probably a collaborating one, wherein, we share thoughts, we share market feedbacks, we share, timely the new trends or what local trends are there in the market, so that they can analyze and explore along with us to cater the market in the best possible way. We have a nationwide warehousing and distribution network. I'll come to that in my next slides. Dedicated sales and marketing technical teams. So we have a bifurcation of, sales teams which look after the sales in the market, and they are also on the fields to get the, primary feedback from the customers. And we have a separate business development team, which assists our customers in, all the technical aspects of it, like product development, how to use the products in the best possible way. So those teams are separately taking care of these businesses, so that we ensure that all kind of services are provided immediately to our customers. In-depth market insight, yes. Now, when we are, catering to, say, somewhere around 400, 500,000 customers, it's more important to get the seasonality, to get the trends, to get the exact requirement of the market. So that's what we do, and that's what we share with our suppliers. High level of communication and transparency. I would like to highlight that this is one of the differentiating factors for us as a company, because we encourage joint visits to the customers, and we encourage all type of transparency with our suppliers as well as our customers. So we believe that, the customers that we are dealing with are basically the customers of our suppliers, and we are only a conduit in between. So basically we kind of, aid the process between the two, so that there is proper collaboration, easy access for the customers to our suppliers in case they have any issues with the materials and all of that. So that transparency we maintain. Regular visit reports and regular, customer feedbacks are shared with the suppliers. Relentless focus on highest EHS standards and compliance. Yes, this is very, very important. And we as a company, we believe that, safety comes first. So we have a lot of warehouses pan India, and taking these measures are extremely important for us. And compliance and flaws and regulations, of course, is a part of it, because most of our warehouses, all of our warehouses which we have designed, are particularly audited by the top MNCs according to their requirements. So yeah, to conclude this slide, yeah, we are a linkage between suppliers and consumers, and we provide B2B solutions rather than just products. Yes. So basically, when I'm talking about market insights, I would like to give you an example that, generally it's the other way around, right? That the suppliers have certain products in their portfolio, they develop and they look for a specific market, and we sell them in that particular market. But with our critical intelligence, all these years that we have operated in the industry, we find ourselves to, find out those gaps, and then we communicate it to the suppliers. And there have been incidences wherein the products have been formulated specifically for the market by our suppliers, and obviously those have been marketed again in the for the customers. So that also really happens when we deal with our suppliers. And apart from that, in in sharing that information with them, we also provide them with, other things like, what are the global trends which can be merged according to the Indian requirements. So that we take care of them. So in order to basically summarize this, Vimal Life Sciences as a distribution company has many strengths today in the Indian industry. The first point of it being financial stability. We are an extremely financial stable company. And obviously, if we are looking at scalability and reliability and increasing the business according to the growth of the market, financial stability is very, very important. So that is one of the factors. Human capital, yes, because human capital, I mean, it's an important resource for definitely sales and business development in the market. But getting the right people for that particular profile is also very equal. It's very important as well. So we have a proper human capital resource. Logistics operation, I would like to highlight here that we are having a nationwide distribution network, obviously. But right now we have also set up our new warehouse at Wada, which is approximately 120,000 square feet capacity. And it has a storage capacity of 20,000 metric tons. So it's a very big warehouse that will be operational somewhere in the month of May. Yes, compliant to laws and regulations. So this is an important, again, thing that we have apart from other suppliers. Product basket, here I would like to emphasize that we are one of those companies who selectively, choose our product basket. So you would see that, we start initially with a few products. Once we are comfortable and we have set that market already in India, we again choose a complementary portfolio which we think should be best in promoting in the industry. So we choose our products and our suppliers very carefully. Needless to say, they need to be very quality oriented products, and they should merge the gap that the customer is facing in the market today. Technical capabilities also, yes, I'll be elaborating more on that later on. Market accessibility is very important. Again, we have regionally located salespeople throughout the country so that they can reach the customers whenever they need them. So market accessibility is important. Market coverage, yes, because we are one of those companies. I would like to reiterate that, the suppliers that we are dealing in, most of them are, exclusively partnering with Vimal Life Sciences. So we have a pan-India coverage. And by that, I mean, we also, deal with all kinds of customers. I mean, the MNCs, the Indian MNCs, and customers of all particular territories, particularly. Yes, supplier relationship, I think I have emphasized on that in my previous slides. And IT infrastructure. Of course, now data protection is extremely important nowadays because the customer base is increasing and the number of products are also increasing in the market. So data protection and IT infrastructure is very important if we are dealing with a large number of customers. Now coming to what exactly Vimal Group structure is. So Vimal Group, it comprises of 5 companies. So it started from Vimal Agencies in the year 1986. And then we have 4 sister companies: Vimal Intertrade Private Limited, Vimal Life Sciences Private Limited, Vimal Logistics, the name has changed to Vimal Logistics, Vimal Global Trade Private Limited. So these are the 5 companies that we have in Vimal Group. Vimal Intertrade is a parent company and it deals with all the industry related segments, which I'll be elaborating in my next slide. So geographical presence, we have, as I mentioned, we have geographical presence like pan India. So we have locations based out of North, West, wherein we have our headquarters. And in Bhiwandi, we have our warehouses. So we have approximately 6 warehouses in Maharashtra, in and around Maharashtra. And we have an application lab located in Mumbai itself. And North also, we have 1 regional office and we have a regional warehouse and 4 resident representatives at the moment. East, we have a regional office and regional warehouse as well. And South also, we have regional warehouses and offices. So these are the operating segments and target industries. So as I mentioned, there are a few companies which take care of the individual businesses. So coating, construction, specialty chemicals, chemicals which are related to other industries are taken care by Vimal Intertrade Private Limited. And life sciences, where I come from, we take care about all the industries which are related to the life science segments like pharmaceuticals, personal care, home care, FNF, Nutra, food and water treatment. And Vimal Logistics takes care of the logistics solutions, which aid all the other three companies in. Okay. As an organization, we are more than 250 employees total. So you would see that, we have a huge strength of technical and marketing people. So that comes to somewhere around 135. This is for the entire group. And as I mentioned earlier, all of them are technically qualified for the products that they deal in. Customer service, we have 25 people. Mission of our company in Vimal Life Sciences, when we formed this company in 2014, it was decided that special focus would be required to deal in the industries which are specific to life science segments like home and personal care, pharmaceuticals, Nutra, flavor and fragrance, hygiene, and water. So for that, our mission was that everything that touches the human life, we would do through Vimal Life Sciences. And the mission is that we will only deal in environmental friendly chemicals, ingredients, or technologies related to that. I was talking about our technical capabilities in my earlier slides. So Technical Service and Innovation Center is these are the pictures of that particular center, which is based out of Mumbai office in Andheri. So herein what we do is we aid our customers in all kind of innovations and application development with respect to different ingredients. So here currently we are focusing on home and personal care, flavor and fragrances related applications. So by this I mean that in FNF we can also deal in, we can also help our customers in formulation development, say something like reed diffusers or water soluble fragrances or water based air sprays. So all these formulations have already been made in the lab, and we do have technologies related to that, and we do help our customers formulate the products accordingly along with the other ingredients. So yes, so these are the briefs, the brief pointers of what all activities happen in TSIC. So firstly, we do help our customers with maiden formulations. Now, maiden formulation is something that, you give your, it's a prototype formulation on which the customer can build on later according to their product brief. So what happens is when you already have a maiden, you reduce the number of trials to a minimum, and you already have like a base formulation to work on. So that's what we do for majority of our customers. Exclusive product development happens, it is very customer specific, and it happens under confidentiality. Now, what really happens is when the customer comes to us, and if there is a new concept or a new innovation that they're working on, our team works very closely with their team on exclusive product development based on the product brief that they are sharing, or it may be an idea which we have developed in our lab. And those customer specific formulations are then given to the customer under confidentiality. So that's what we do. Technological demonstration. Now this involves if there is any innovative processing techniques or scale ups or tech transfer or cost optimization of any products which they already may be selling in the market, but they are working on, say, lowering the cost of the product but maintaining the efficacy. So we work on those kind of things as well. Troubleshooting is finding solutions and overcoming challenges. Most of the times, we find customers coming to us wherein they are working already on something, but they are not able to, say, crack a particular formulation. So wherein we come in picture and, we help them with that particular formula as well. Global networking, up to date, technological breakthroughs and novel product concepts. Those we certainly seek help from our suppliers who work in the global market, and definitely we as team also have an access to different kind of exhibitions which happen on the global platform, wherein we find novel concepts which can be Indianized as per our requirement. So we help our customers based on that, and hands-on training on specialty ingredients to make good products. Now this particularly happens with customers who want to start up some new business. Maybe it's in home, personal care, or flavor and fragrances. So we offer them hands-on training in our lab. Our valued partners currently for flavor and fragrances are Lanxess. I think Lanxess definitely doesn't need any introduction. And I think Anand sir has described about the company in the previous presentation. So we are their exclusive representatives in India, and it remains our anchor, product basket for FNF segment today as well. And we are definitely, building on that. So followed by Lanxess, we are having Dow. So Dow again has a unique portfolio. They are not into aroma chemicals, but they are into say application oriented products for FNF, something like for diffusion of fragrances particularly, or solvents which are used generally. So we represent solvents from Dow. Then we have recently partnered with DRT Anthea. So DRT Anthea is again, it's a joint venture between DRT France and Anthea Aromatics Private Limited. DRT is now, I think, a part of Firmenich. So yes, we are dealing with that. Catescent Chemicals is again a joint venture between Anthea and Solvay and Anthea Aromatics themselves. So Anthea Aromatics and the entire group works on to develop aroma chemicals based on terpene chemistry. Daiichi, we have again solubilizers and application products from Daiichi. So they also offer like application related products which are very, very unique. And by unique, I mean is that, their infrastructure is very unique so that you get equivalent products. I mean, batch to batch, you don't get batch to batch variations with their products whenever they manufacture them. And Rhodey's is again a new company that we have, a new supplier for us. And Rhodey's Aromatics is one of the, again, potential manufacturers of Yara Yara in India. And their products, are the best quality and are also approved globally. So we have recently partnered with Rhodey's Aromatics as well for Yara Yara. So these are the key products at a snapshot. Benzyl alcohol acetate, these are from the Lanxess portfolio. Then we have Davinol DPM, DPG, PG, Hexamol Dinches from BASF, Polysorbate 20. So these products which you see on this particular slide are the best products from the best of these manufacturers which we currently represent. So you would see that the portfolio currently is very, very focused and specialized, and we have managed to develop a good market of these products in India in such a small span of time. So yeah, to conclude, what makes us different from other companies is that while we are selling products, we are powered by service. So that remains our primary agenda to serve our customers. Concepts and solutions based on innovative technology. So we also aid our customers with brand reviews if they want, to emulate some global brands in the market. So we help them with that updated market. Okay. So product designs, formulation designs, we have covered that. We also help our customer connecting other experts in the industry. That particular thing happens mainly in home and personal care and cosmeceutical industries for us. Then creation of customer awareness we do through variety of channels like exhibitions, like print media, magazines, e-newsletters, promotions through social media handles. Now currently we have been promoting a lot of new trends and newer products that we are representing on our social media handles like LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook. And also we have a separate blog for Women Life Sciences, which talks about, the recent issues and use of ethical ingredients in the formulations and what are the new no-nos and what could be used in the formulation. So things like that. So this is what makes us very, very special. And of course, to conclude, there will be many such other companies which would be joining hands with us very, very soon. And we look forward to deal with you on face-to-face basis moving forward. And we look forward to your support. Thank you so much. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Samiksha, for the lovely presentation. We have a couple of questions from the audience, if you're okay to take them.
Yes.
First question is, are you already supplying the FNF products that Lanxess spoke about in the previous presentation?
You mean to say the Lanxess, the main portfolio we are already doing, like, benzyl based products and cinnamic aldehyde, that is the base portfolio, but the newer portfolio we are not doing as of now.
Okay, noted. And the second question is, one of our viewers would like to know if you will be present at the WPC.
WPC, yeah, interesting question though. Yeah, we wanted to go there, but due to COVID, we thought of skipping it this year, although we wanted to visit this year to see, you know. So yeah, God forbid, yeah, next few years we would definitely be there, but not this year.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Samiksha, on behalf of the entire Fafai team for being present here today and for sharing your valuable inputs with all our viewers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Krish. You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we conclude today's event. On behalf of the Fafai managing community, on behalf of the Fafai managing committee, I take this opportunity to extend our sincere gratitude to all the 11 companies that participated today and gave us valuable insights about the new trends in the industry. Of course, the event would not be possible without the support of our sponsors, association partners, and media partners. Last but not the least, a big thank you to the team at MIE Conferences and the Fafai Secretariat for their tireless efforts over the last few weeks. Thank you to our viewers for joining us today. Hope to see you all in person very soon.